Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back. We got a lot of things going on tonight out there in the wide world of sports. Debate is going on over on VO Pod's stream. I was over there for a little while. It looks like it's going okay. It's something I've been debating for, like the past week. So not particularly, I'm interested in watching it, but I'm way more interested in talking about the new Epstein stuff, whatever. We're going to have some fun with that tonight for sure. What's up, Jay Eakin? How are you, sir? Is it Ekin or Eakin? Let me know. Smoking Spaceman's in the house. What's up? How are you, sir? We had, haven't had a whole lot of comments yet, but we're getting things going on. It's a little early yet. That's okay. The long E. Okay. Eakin. Okay, cool. All right. So I'm not going to dive right into the Epstein Files stuff. There's a lot of other stuff to talk about. We've got all of the seems like there's a deal being made in Minnesota. I'm not going to get too far into that because I don't think it's done yet. I think they say it's done. I don't think it's done yet. I think they're blowing smoke up everybody's skirt. We'll see what happens on Monday when everybody goes back to work. We'll see how that. We'll see what happens. Personally, I think that. I think that it's a lot of smoke, man. It's a lot of smoke being blown up skirts. We'll find out. All right. As I said, you've got Dylan Burns, Renyald's notebook, Teriak, and our man Tyler debating over at Jake VO Pod. I'm probably going to review that debate if it seems worthwhile. Maybe Tyler and I will break it down one day this week, but we'll see. We'll see how that works out. To be honest with you, only Tyler's opening statement was really great. Dylan's wasn't bad. It's just typical Dylan, and Renyald's notebook was, just wasn't that great. Yeah, he isn't pulling out, but they're making a deal. They're making a deal in Minnesota, and Raging Patriots calling me on it there because, as I said, I don't think anything's going to happen. We'll talk about it more on Monday if anything happens. I personally think that this is just a stalling tactic, so that Waltz doesn't look like he's not at least trying to work with everyone. What's up, Fuck It Button? How are you, sir? As we kind of get going here tonight, man, it is freaking cold outside. It was actually not bad yesterday. It's in the almost made it into the 40s. It was not comfortable, but not bad. Bro, today it's 20 degrees. It's dropping right now. I don't know what the current temperature is, but it is cold, and it's actually cold enough that my mini split, which is a heat pump, it's not working. It just isn't, because it doesn't have gas heat to back it up, and so it's just the mini split's not working. It's not producing heat. The two small heaters I have in here right now, bro, they're barely keeping up. It's not the coldest it's been, but I probably should have turned the heat on way earlier today and let it get going. You didn't know, you had no clue it was going below 20, right? Like it's actually pretty daggum cold. Hey, what's up, Glockwork Orange? No, sorry, if you're here for Gun Prattle will be on Wednesday afternoon. But hang around, and we're going to talk politics. We're especially going to be talking tonight these Epstein files. It's going to be great. Glockwork Orange is over on the over on Twitter, or pardon me, Twitch, and it's going to be great. We'll probably get into some gun prattle a little later in the show. I got in some cool stuff today we'll talk about later. Right? That is a great username, a Glockwork Orange. I actually used to really, when I was younger, I liked the Clockwork Orange movie. I thought it was really pretty cool, even though it was, it's a fucked up movie. If anybody's ever seen it, it's not good. What's up, Hyatt Riot? That's a pretty good damn name too. Barn Diesel, good to see you. You understand you guys aren't prepared for that kind of weather, but I would love some of that right now. You're at -12, bro. If it gets down to so it's gotten down to -10 here before, but we don't, it doesn't stay long enough for us to really worry about it. But in my studio, my studio is not part of my house, and I know, I explain this all the time because we have new people in and out. It's no big deal. My studio's actually outside in my backyard, or what basically is my backyard. And we have so this only it's split into two sections, and I have a mini split just for this and a mini split for the other side of the wall, which is the airplane shed. And normally the mini split has no trouble keeping it comfortable in here down to about, if it gets down below 30 for more than a couple of days, it's not gonna, the mini split just can't make it work. But yeah, it's rough right now, man. It's rough. And I can't run. I do have like space heaters and forced air heaters that I could run in here, but then it's too loud in the studio. I get all kinds of weird noises and shit. So yeah, come to Michigan. It's cold, but heat that house. No, I'm not going to Michigan, brother. Not going to Michigan. I do have people moving from Michigan down here, though. I actually have somebody from Michigan wanting to lease my Airbnb for like 6 months. So we're going to see about that. 41 here in Eastern Montana, which is weird. Yeah, that is weird. You haven't been above 0 in a week? Dang, son. Yeah, and yeah, that's bad. Bandit Jay Eakin is in Canada land. Glockwork Orange, I'm going to be in Michigan later this year, I think, shooting a match up there. And then I think I'm actually going to be in Minnesota later this year shooting a match, assuming that it happens. I'll be shooting the USPSA Multi-Gun Nationals in Minnesota if they happen this year, which I'm assuming they will. But I should be in Michigan shooting a match later this year. So that'll be cool. Lived in Hibbing, Minnesota for a year. Shit's a hellhole. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Barn Diesel's up in upstate New York. Yeah, it's real cold country right there. That is. I hiked through Maine once in the summer, and it was like not fun. It wasn't like freezing or anything. It just, I came from the South where it was like super hot, and then went to freaking Maine, and it was bad. Lived in Hibbing, Minnesota. Minnesota. Yeah. I just read that. That's why I need to build a wall between USA and Kanukistan to keep the cold air out. That's actually pretty funny. Won't help. Yeah, that's true. You got a cool racetrack though. That's true. None of that sissy asphalt crap. Where's that at, Gully? I must have missed a post for Gully. Where's Gully at? But yes, it is. We are actually in the grips. Hibbing, yeah. That's probably a dirt track then. Yeah. So the topic of the night, Glockwork Orange over on Twitch. The topic of the night is mostly going. So Saturday nights is usually a chill stream. We just kind of talk about whatever. But I really want to talk about all of this stuff going on with the Epstein files. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we've had thousands of documents released. This time we have videos and photographs being released. I haven't seen it all. I'm originally from Tennessee. I've lived in Tennessee off and on my whole life. I go other places. Okay, you know, I've lived in North Carolina. I've lived in Alabama. I've lived in Colorado. I've lived in California a couple of times. I've owned property in California, and you know, so I've lived in a bunch of different places. But I always come back to Tennessee. Yeah, Trump is involved. Shocking. The emails are insane. They're owned by a certain group. So this is an interesting. This is interesting because everybody thought that forcing Trump to release the emails was going to be the killer. It was going to take him out, right? And it's the magic bullet that was going to end Donald Trump. And, you know, I've listened for months now to leftists and moderates and even some Republicans talk about how, you know, those, you know, yeah, it's like three. Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's 3 or 4 million, but it's definitely in the thousands for sure. This time. And the thing is I've listened for months about how it was going to be the end of Trump when all of these documents are released. Remember the last dump, we had Connor over at Counterpoint talking about how this was a magic bullet that was going to take Trump out because there were going to be pictures of him with girls and the, you know, of a specific age group and blah, blah, blah. And it was going to prove everything once and for all. And it was going to be the end of everything, right? But at the end of the day, it didn't happen the last time, and it's not happening then. Last time it implicated Bill Clinton, actually implicated him, not just innuendo. There may be charges filed, although I doubt it. I mean, it is a Clinton. I mean, they're more Teflon than anything. Counterfeit points. That's funny. That's funny. I'm a constitutional conservative, Glockwork Orange, so I don't really give a shit about anything that's not in the thing. You can run some AI software to filter out the fan sound if I need to run heaters or AC. I do have the NVIDIA GPU, can run NVIDIA broadcast for free, and I use Chris for about $100 a year. I may try that. Right now, everything's cool, but if it gets much colder in here, it's the length of time that it's cold. It just didn't warm up today. If it gets up above 30 in here, because I have a sheet metal roof, it heats this whole building and even through the insulation, and it'll warm up pretty good. But it was overcast today, and it never got I don't think it got over 20 degrees today. Glockwork Orange says he's a straight fascist. I'm assuming that's white nationalist. So interesting. I think we agree on a lot, but yeah, sure. And I know several, Christian nationalists and other nationalists. We get along just fine for the most part. I just don't. There's some components of what you believe in that I don't believe in, and that's okay. We can all get along. But let's. I don't want to lose focus here. So what we've got going on is these are every single time they release these files, it's supposed to end Donald Trump. And yet he just keeps releasing them. And now look, we've got, Elon Musk tangentially connected, right? Now, which he already said he was, and he said it was a nothing burger, and the emails do kind of bear that out. Although it looks like he might have actually planned to go there at one time, and then the trip was canceled for some reason. It's unclear what that reason was. I really don't give a shit. But the real smoking gun is now with Bill Gates, at least as far as I've gotten. I'm sure there's more in it. I just, I can only go through this so fast, right? The Bill Gates has actually, the emails about Bill Gates are incredible. What they describe in enough detail to not be fabricated, right? Or don't seem fabricated. Talking about going to the island multiple times, talking about Russian girls, talking about about trying to acquire antibiotics to slip to his then wife without her knowledge, because he had picked up some sort of STD from one of these Russian girls. That's insane. It's crazy. And there are more emails back and forth to more and more people that it's being found, and a lot of politicians, a lot of people that that even though in the grand scheme of things they're very small potatoes, right? Like that, like they don't really matter, but they're small potatoes people. They don't really matter, but guys, when you take it as a whole, this is a network of people who absolutely work together to hide and conceal these things. And it's almost like I'm watching a movie, right? Like this is the kind of stuff that movies are drawn from. And it's not as believable as a movie, right? Yeah. It's just not you couldn't make this shit up. So at any rate, let's just look down this list of names, guys, that we know have been revealed in these Epstein documents that have been released today and in the last one. But we'll talk about this for a minute. All right. So obviously Hillary Clinton's been implicated in multiple ways, including in Bill's own emails. A lot of donations from Epstein to their campaign for very nebulous reasons and from very nebulous sources. Remember, not only was the bigger story may not be the sex scandal. The bigger story may be that Epstein was a conduit for illicit campaign contributions from people who probably should not have been able to contribute money in this country, right? And that will be very interesting to see, right? That's it's going to be very interesting. All right, so then we have Noam Chomsky. We all remember Chomsky. We all remember the name, right? And those photos, they're photos released back in December in 2025, and that was part of the broader release. But it's unclear how far that's going to go. We've got David Brooks, who's a New York Times columnist who was literally writing articles about this and contributing to those articles while knowing that he was lying through his fucking teeth. He knew it. And yet this is how this works, guys. Everybody said we were making this shit up. Everybody said, you Republicans are conspiracy theorists. You don't know what you're talking about. It can't go this deep. It's all about Trump. Focus on Trump. Trump went to the island, blah, blah, blah. You literally have a New York Times columnist who is implicated in this, who now we got to look through, his body. Well, I don't have to, but there'll be people looking through his body of work to see how much he actually influenced him through his articles and telling other people what to write. So that's a big deal. Bandit is right. Attention, everyone. Bill Clinton has evidence that could lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton. We're about to witness a political unstoppable force meeting an immovable object because we understand what happens, right? Please don't misunderstand here. You know, that's why she has people. That's why she calls a suicide hotline. All right. So Richard Branson's mentioned a bunch in this latest batch. He endorsed Hillary, obviously, and Kamala. He may have been contributing to various elections through Epstein. We don't know that yet. We just know they had, that they had friendly exchanges. And the list goes on and on and on and on, right? Like it's just a lot of there's just so many names that are in this list. And again, the real thing to me is not the island in and of itself. It's the influence peddling. It's how it's how money was being moved. There's like 10 things that I think are far more important than the actual the sex island, right? All right, I got to read some stuff here. I got way behind on the comments. Thank you everyone for making comments and contributing to the show. Do I like Trump? I mean, I don't want him for a neighbor. Oy vey. Interesting. Kind of like how Prince Andrew is being disowned by his family and the Euro oligarchs and the cult-minded cucks of America can't fathom that Daddy T is the co-kingpin of the whole worldwide sex cabal. Hey, I don't believe that, Uncle Fatty. I don't believe that at all. I think that's something that is trying to be proven that every time we turn around isn't proven. Obviously, fuck Clinton, fuck Gates, and fuck all those that are involved. However, we need to understand what their involvement is. The real question, Smoking Spaceman says, the real question is, will we see anything of actual consequences from this? Fuck no. Come on, I've said this for 2 years now, guys. No, you're not going to see anything of consequence from this. This is not evidence. I mean, it's kind of evidence, but it's not evidence that you can take to court. What are they going to use to prosecute these people with? Some rambling in a notebook or a phone call that we don't have actual records of, we're not going to see anything. What it will do is what's happening with Bill Gates right now is now people are starting to distance themselves from Bill Gates for a short time, I'm sure, because he literally slipped his wife antibiotics because he got an STD. That's pretty fucking gross. If you ask me, that's a fucked up thing to do. But the first thing when I talked to someone else about this earlier tonight. I talked to someone else about this earlier tonight, and the first thing they said to me was, remember, he gave 200 million or half 2 billion or whatever it was. Remember that massive donation or endowment that he made, right? Like that's why nothing's going to happen, right? Viking Paradigm says Trump is not the hero most of us wanted, but he's the one we got. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Glockwork, you're right. Won't see shit happen for sure. I don't believe that. Yeah, he is apart from the swamp. I agree with you. He is not a part of the swamp at all. I think it's interesting how people are trying to make it seem like Trump is part of the swamp when literally every time he turn around, they're trying to castigate him and trying to cut his legs out from under him to keep him from doing things that will eventually, if they proceed, will end up at least hurting the swamp. Will people finally accept that there's an elaborate deep state machine that's been destroying our nation? I mean, some people will. Fuck it button says Orange Man decent, right? Right? Yeah, Orange Man decent. I can't afford to be Trump's neighbor. That's true. Yeah, I don't want him to be my neighbor. I mean, I wouldn't. That's it. How do you at people? You put at and then the first two letters of their screen name, and it'll auto complete for. I mean, and then you can just click the who you want to talk to. Smack that like button, says Uncle Fatty. All we need is Uncle Guns. If we have Uncle Fatty and Uncle Guns in the same show, that'd be awesome. But it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Uncle Fatty suffers from drug abuse and TDS along with liberalism. I don't think he's a liberal, but I don't know. He does have it. He does not like Trump. That's okay. Gates is old news. Melinda dumped his ass years ago and talked about all of this openly. To date, the biggest chunk of Epstein estate is a Peter Thiel investment. Yeah, now that's partially true. I don't think she ever said. She just said that he had that there was an indiscretion or whatever, so I don't know. He bends the knee to the Jews. I don't know, man. He kind of told them to go fuck themselves several times. I disagree with your assessment there. So, yeah, it's I disagree with your assessment, Glockwork Orange. I don't think he bends the knee to the Jews. He's kind of told them to go fuck themselves several times. But we're also trying to get stuff out of them, so. So while the document release stirs drama, it's still a load of nothing and doesn't aid in righting the sinking ship. I disagree. I think it does exactly what it needs to do. And that is it keeps people talking about this stuff. So it's in your mind when you walk into the voting booth. The problem that we have with this stuff is that when you walk into a voting booth, if nobody's told you about this stuff or it just kind of goes away, you don't remember that this person who's got a great campaign and shiny things to distract you from reality, you don't remember that. And that's a problem. You need to understand this, right? You need to know that if Bill Gates is giving $100 million to some senator or representative or whatever, if he's backing, your governor, right? If he backs whoever Tim Walz's replacement's going to be, if that happens, and you go, hey, why would Bill Gates be backing this guy? Because he backs people for nefarious things. So why would you want to deal with that? So I think that's the big deal. So yeah, you got to type out the whole thing, Glockwork Orange, and it can be kind of annoying because people will put weird characters in. So I'm pretty good about not missing stuff in the chat right now because we don't have very many people in here. So, I'm sore today. But anyway, the biggest thing about this really is that every single time there's a release, everyone says this is the magic bullet. This is going to take Trump out. He's not going to recover from this one. We're finally going to have the evidence to put him under the tree, and all that kind of bullshit. And it never happens. So it doesn't do it on your side. Let me see if it worked. No, I didn't let you do it. That's weird. Glockwork Orange. Arthur Daya, I understand. I get you there. I can't do anything about that. I've tried. I'm kind of shadow banned, or not shadow banned. I'm what I am is I'm throttled. Okay, we can talk about that. But I'm throttled. I don't know how to fix it. I wish I could, but I can't. Uncle Fatty says I'm not a. He got he got kicked for this one because the bot has no sense of humor. But anyway, he says, I'm not a Trump dick sucker. I save all that for the MAGA cucks, I guess. Derangement equals not being able to say anything wrong about someone, not the other way around. But MAGA ain't too very smart and stuff. You know, I got to be honest with you. I mean, I know people that absolutely I know people who absolutely don't care about anything that people say about Trump. They will never criticize him. I do know people like that. Uncle Fatty, you've got a point. However, I have no problem criticizing Trump when it's something that's legit to criticize him over. The fact that there's so many people who run around calling him a pedo when there's absolutely zero proof that he's a pedo, when they say that he, was convicted of SA, when literally that was the weakest SA case I've ever seen in my life. In any other state, it would not have even made it into court, and it just wouldn't have been a thing. But yet he gets convicted on it, and the liberals now get to say blah, 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 blah. Do I like counterpoints? You mean Connor? I'm not sure yet. Connor says some very vexing things that I don't agree with, and his viewpoints are somewhat left a little too much, a little too often. I'm not quite to the point where, like some of my colleagues, consider him basically a fascist Nazi. I don't believe that, but I don't know that I like him. I don't dislike him at the moment, and I can have a civil conversation with anybody, but I can certainly easily have a civil conversation with Connor. The other day I was on his show. I did we were talking about the shooting of Preddy, and we were basically in agreement on the whole thing, which was shocking because I actually thought he was going to veer left really, really hard on me, but he did not. All right, now I got to catch back up. What's up, Clover Tech? I see you out there. It's what's up. I blast in Discord all the time. I didn't today because I was doing some other shit. So yeah. If you watch Twitch or Kick, you'll get notified for sure. That's true. Trump is the only guy ever to be convicted of SA in a civil court. That's a fucking record. That's very hilarious. You like him? Is Pisco and Destiny? You like his? I'm assuming his Pisco and Destiny debates. Pisco is scum. Yeah, that's for sure. Fucking Vaush is off the rails. He was 100% expecting this new drop from the Epstein Files to be the magic bullet for Donald Trump. Vaush is Vaush, whatever the fuck is. He's off the rails completely at the moment. You like Connor? Okay, all right. But you're a nationalist. How can you like Connor as a nationalist? That's crazy. So, what's up, hombre? Yep. No matter how many points of connection between Trump and Epstein or child care, the maggots just can't give him up. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, my man? Hombre, bro. There's not talk about Trump. You just made that shit up. You just literally made that shit up. That's pretty funny. $2 comes in from Raging Patriot 1776er. Trump is still your president. Teflon Don for life. That's pretty fucking funny. Actually, I like that. By the way, guys, I am viewer supported. And it takes more and more of my time to do these streams. So please, if you can, if you've got room in your wallet, even just a little bit, and can super chat, that would be great. Really appreciate any and all donations, super chats, or whatever, and that'd be great. If not, hey man, take care of what you need to take care of. So. Let's see. Viking Paradigm says, I always remind myself the main point of propaganda is not to change everyone's minds. It's to change enough minds to create many distractions so I don't get shit done and call the bullshit out. That is fucking accurate as hell. $2 comes in from Bandit 848. Connor is a wuss. Yeah, could be. Connor's unhinged fence sitter. Maybe. Fuck it button says Coomer Points is straight up leftists that use covert conservative values and trope to justify his opinion of himself while being a leftist. That's possible. That's possible. Also, it doesn't hurt my feelings to be called a maggot. I'm not. I'm not actually not MAGA in the way that most people use the term. Orange Mad's so bad they had to change laws and convict him on guilty of something from a list of things. That's very funny. That's true. Is this 2024? I'm an ultra maggot, you liberal cuck. Awesome. Very good. Everybody's taking their sides properly. You just made that up. You just made that up. I'm not the joke that's literally saying there's thousands of emails when Trump is mentioned in like 4 emails. And I could be wrong about it. It could be 6, but they're not. It's not thousands of emails that Trump is mentioned. They literally had to scour however many terabytes of fucking data to come up with the 4 or 5 mentions of Donald Trump, but in Epstein's emails. And literally, so yes, you just fucking made that shit up. You can't, nobody can take you seriously when you make shit up. If you spit facts, if you talk factually like I do, or at least admit it, yeah, I'm saying 4, it could be 6, it could be 10, it could be 3. I don't know. But I know it was a very low number. I'm being intellectually honest, but you can't be intellectually honest because you've got extreme TDS. And just stop making stuff up, bro. Just stop. I'm sorry. What did you see? I'm sorry. Fuck it button. Now, Uncle Fatty has a point here. Other than the ladies who are now adults that claim he is a pedo from their own personal experiences from years ago. Yeah, but none of those claims have been substantiated. And people claim shit all the time. Like that's, what can I say? None of those claims have been substantiated. As a matter of fact, the opposite is true. Like more of them have been proven false. Like the times and places that they say they did this, it doesn't work out because Trump wasn't there. It could not have been there. So that's the problem with this whole thing. Now, the good thing is that Trump lives his life has lived his life so publicly that it's very easy to know right where he was, when he was, and how long he was there for. So Uncle Fatty based as fuck here. Yes, DJT is my president. As an Eagle Scout that loves my country, I'd take a slug for the mofo or any American. Yet Biden was not your president, and no effing way you'd die for his sleepy ass. I disagree with that. I never said Biden was not my president. This is the fallacy that the left makes, the right doesn't make, and it's getting fucking old. I never said Biden wasn't my president. I said Biden was the president. We need to hold him to a standard that he himself was bitching about Trump. Like he's saying Trump ought do this, and yet he didn't do any of that shit, right? So I can be critical of my president and still say, yeah, he's my president. So there you go. I mean, whatever. It's cool. You're talking about Connor here. He tries to seem reasonable in platitudes, but then be a leftist in reality, a total detriment to the conservatism he claims to have in him, down to working for leftists. He's on Twitch. He's in the safe space. Doesn't Connor work for Destiny? No, he does not work for Destiny, as far as I know. He may sweep for him once in a while, but he's not there. Trump dick sucking, that's your bag? No. This is how I know I won, you miserable fuck. You resort to calling me a dick sucker when I've never passed my lips, brother. No, sir. No, sir. Yeah. What were his last tax returns? So full of it. They've looked into his tax returns every fucking time. What are you talking about? Yeah, Barn Diesel. Connor works kind of with Destiny, and basically he's clout chasing Destiny, right? He wants access to Destiny's however many million viewers, and he wants access to those people who, even the people who come to hate watch Destiny. It's a good tactic. I couldn't do it, and I wouldn't do it because, well, I have self-respect, and I'm not. While I'm certainly willing to get ahead in this game, and willing to, put in the effort. I'm not really into dick riding like that. I mean, honestly, let's look at it this way, right? Like, I could have long ago, Andrew and I could have worked with Andrew to blow up my channel. I could have begged Andrew to come on. I could call him and say, hey man, can you come on my channel? Or, hey, can I debate you on that? I've actually not done that with Andrew at all. And I've avoided doing it, not because he wouldn't do it. Honestly, I think he would. I don't ever want to be accused of what you're accusing Connor of, and that is just being a dick rider for clout and to further his own program. Again, honestly, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, everybody kind of does it to some extent. They want access to those audiences, and maybe they suck it up a little bit to gain access. But I think he does actually agree with Destiny on a lot. And I think that he actually does believe that Destiny is a kind of middle of the road guy. Canteen Boy, I don't know. I think you mean Cabana Boy. I don't really know. Yeah, I believe he got paid through Progressive Victory. I'm not really sure. What's up, Charles Darwin? I see you. He campaigned against conservatives with PACs. I 100% believe that. There seems to be also, even when amongst conservatives right now, there seems to be this stupid ass rhetoric that you get a Republican in place and they're not conservative enough, so you're going to vote for the fucking leftist, or you're just not going to vote and let the leftist win. That seems to be the equivalent of punching yourself right in your own cock. And I don't understand that at fucking all. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. And I'm hearing it more and more, which is troubling. Sometime soon they would have been throwing you in jail for all of, I absolutely. I honestly expect to get demonetized and all that at some point. Fuck it button says, yes and no. I won't deny someone is president, but yes, true. I wouldn't take debt on a slice of pizza for old brain stents, let alone a bullet. Okay, fair enough. There are a lot of people who wouldn't take a bullet for a president. I get that kind of. Notlo's 2 rolls in and says Destiny sucks balls. I mean, that's a legit, honest criticism. He does do that. Yeah, critical of your president like you were with Biden? Yes, fuckhead. Like his falling asleep all the time? I have not seen Trump fall asleep. If you could get me video of that, please do so. Wandering over to the window to stare out at space? I do that. I can't criticize someone for something I do. I worship alpha maleness. Do I? Do you know me? I don't think you understand who you're talking to there, Hot Rod. At the feet of a weakling, dying, obese man-child. I don't think he's obese. But, you know, whatever. Yeah, Clover Tax, right. Trump plays the system. Plenty do it, too. If you don't want people playing the system, petition your government to change the fucking system and stop whining like bitches. I added the like bitches things. Makes sense. I started watching Rob at the tail end of his and Connor's beef and only caught a little of it, so I just want to clarify. Yeah. So Barn Diesel, I am undecided whether I like Connor or not. Connor has said and done some things that I personally do not like. That I personally would be like, yeah, you know, it's not what I would do. And I don't think that anybody else should go along with it. On the other side of that, and I disagree with him on a lot, and that's okay. I don't mind disagreeing with people. I would actually rather have conversations where I can disagree with people rather than people like this, whatever the fuck his name is here. What is this? Hombre 76 who just makes shit up. And then when he's called out for making shit up, just continues to roll with it like he didn't make shit up, you dumb fuck. That's the dumbest thing ever. I don't always insult my audience, but when I do, it's people like Hombre 76 who make shit up. 74 cool broski. You too, broski. Okay. Come out of your safe space and step up home. I guess, is that homeboy or is that hombre? Let me know in the chat. Whining on the internet is way less work, though. I get it. Yep, 100%. Hyatt Riot says, for the people saying, what about the women that accused Trump? Did you tards learn nothing from the Depp versus Heard trial? Women lie. Lie. They lie. It's what they do. It's a skill, like sucking cock, and they're good at it. Sounds like purity spiral. Absolutely, it is. Cock knocking is a fence-sitting thing to do. Probably, yeah. Damn, son. Fatty got his Eagle Scout in his junior year of high school. By the way, guys, that's actually pretty quick. Most people don't get it until their senior year. It just takes some time. And no, y'all closeted gays. I don't think so. I was not touched by any adult scout leaders. I think that was overblown too. I don't know. Fatty can maybe have, you know, he was in the scouts back in the day. I wasn't, but you know, so we'll see about that. I know that the adult leaders in my son's troop are some of the best human beings on the planet. I put them up against anyone. Progressive Victory was a Ponzi fraud. All the money went to hotels in PA, and they donated directly to one candidate, ex-rep Bowman in New York City. I don't disagree with that. It was largely fraud in various means in various places. I'm just going to roll through some of this. How could they pay Kayla, a.k.a. Not So Erudite, the Canadian e-girl who was paid by Progressive Victory for her time on their tour? She is not a U.S. citizen. I think did she not marry a U.S. citizen in the middle of that? I don't know. I don't know her origin story, so I don't really give a shit. Not conservative enough is one thing, but the way it is here in Illinois, the GOP openly runs Democrats with an R behind. Yeah, it's true. I've seen that. Their name claiming But they can win. It's why the GOP is a super minority. Hombre76 says, deaf, dumb, and blind like all maggots. You're the one who made shit up, sir. You made shit up. Yeah, I haven't seen it. Show me the video. Why should I show you a video when you'll just deny reality some more? Because you know you don't have such video and you won't show it because you can't show it. That's how this shit works. It's not my first day on the internet. You made shit up. Are you not going to admit that you made up thousands of emails when you walked in here, hombre? Are you just going to sit there like a little bitch and whine and kick the can down the trail? I am kind of being trolled on Twitch. You want to go over and troll them? The link's out there, bro. Trump is right. Trump's an old school liberal Democrat, and we know it. We don't forget it. We know it. Don't blame you. You voted for Ross Perot. That's hilarious. I like that though. Actually, I'm not insulting you. Well, you've been insulted, sir, whether you like it or not. Uncle Faggy just in denial, LOL, and unblocked me. I don't think he's blocked you. I don't think he's blocked you, Raging Patriot. He says he sees your chats. Nick, her husband, is a roided out Canadian who went on a Twitter rant when it seems he found out she was screwing Destiny. I thought he was an American. I stand corrected. I thought he was an American. Yep. Homeboy Grid One, that's me on Twitch. Ah, sweet. I like it. Hombre, I don't actually need to insult you because you're an idiot. That's the best you got? I weep. I weep for the people in your life, sir, because they have to know you. By the way, you still haven't admitted that you were fucking wrong and you made shit up. This is why nobody will take you seriously. And when are you going to be able to take Kel to a gun range, or is that a bad idea? Kel's in California. I won't be in California shooting anything anytime soon that I'm aware of. I might go shoot the BARC, the Bay Area Rifle Championship in San Francisco later this year, or Richmond, actually, which is slightly north of San Francisco. I might go shoot that later this year. We'll see if the schedule and everything allows for it. I am going to I have to limit the amount of time that I actually spend away from the house here. So I'll be shooting a lot of matches though. Charles Darwin, the Australian, by the way, I've come to the conclusion that lefties aren't just delusional, but they're pathological liars. Yes, I see it every single time. Literally every single time. Yeah, you gotta click live chat. So, because I mean, I see every. Let me look. Yeah, all of his posts are right. Oh wait, I'm on top chat. Yeah, I got it. When I click live chat, there he is. Yeah, there he is. He's right there. And there he is. And there's Twitch. Hombre over there. Trolling. Yeah, they still do, but they just don't make as much. You calling me an idiot is, I'm gonna assume you meant like a 5-year-old telling me I'm a big dum-dum. Well, you are a big dum-dum. You're just pathetic, and just because you demand I admit to your bullshit reveals your delulu. Sir, you made a very specific claim, and that claim was that Trump was mentioned in thousands of emails in the Epstein files. That's a lie. You made that shit up. You can either admit that you made that shit up, or I'm going to continue to refer to you as stupid, if not retarded. It is dumb, literally dumb, to say that Trump was mentioned in thousands of emails when literally I think there's under 10, I could be wrong, but I don't think that I am, emails that Trump's mentioned in. And by the way, such a big deal was made out of that during the last data dump, because they thought that it was the smoking gun proving that he had been involved with minors, and we know that it wasn't. And the left look like you look right now, which is stupid. Like my 5-year-old would say, a big stupid head. I could go get my 5-year-old to call you a big stupid head, but it's past his bedtime. So that's right, guys. Go over to Gun Prattle and sub up. Gun Prattle, at Gun Prattle, here on the tubes. Are we sure Hombre 76 isn't First Amender? Could be. Could be. Lefties suffer from two things: reality dysphoria disorder, RDD, and pathological reality inversion disorder. That's actually true. PRID. They think being wrong and losing is winning because of a mental feedback loop. That is true. That's actually true. I know you are, but what am I? Hombre 76. That's true. That's true. Big stupid head. I could go get my 5-year-old to insult you, but he's asleep right now because it's past his bedtime. So there you go. $10 from the Department of Numismatics. Grid is on his soapbox. A soapbox made by your friends at Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company. Try Grid's Musk, our strongest soap that cuts. Why is this not there? It is. Cuts through the liberal lies. So try Tactical Soap today from Grondike Soap Company. Thank you, Mr. Boulay. Thank you for the $10. American, by the way. $10 American. Dum-dums are little mini suckers. Yeah, my kid loves them. They're awesome. I am wrong, and you don't need to prove shit because proof doesn't mean shit to MAGA cult. I'm not a MAGA cult member, you dumb fuck. That's the very point being made. You do need to prove shit because you lied. I don't need to prove my lies to you. That's all you're saying. You lied. You know you lied. We all know you lied. Everybody in here knows you lied. Even the lefties in here know you lied. Like there's lefties in here right now that are embarrassed to be leftist right now because of you. There are centrist independents that are like, this is cringe as fuck. That dude lied. Sorry, bro. Sorry. Hilarious. Bandit 848. $5 comes in from the fuck it button. Send me a bar of that soap. The liberal crust is thick. My go-to is not cutting it, and the smell is awful. That is true. That is true. I'm not a maggot. That's very funny. Embarrassment is the kryptonite. The orange on my chin. It's more of a. I don't have any orange on my chin. I'm sorry. Maybe you need to adjust the settings on your screen. You just keep making shit up. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Everyone, a moment of silence for our friend Hombre 76, whose last brain cell just called in sick. All right. In other news, so once again, back to the Epstein files. Again, once again, the leftists think that the Epstein files are going to be the smoking gun, and they are never the smoking gun. Stop pretending you are impartial. Trump demands total fealty. He won't let you into. Who the fuck do you? What are you? This is literally the dumbest fucking thing I have heard yet. Literally, you, sir, you've now passed First Amender for being stupid. Okay, now I see Uncle Faggy, YouTube, shame on you. Yeah, he wasn't lying. Thanks for the $2, Raging Patriot. I really do. Does he think you have a MAGA hat on because it's red? No, this is a man card hat. Buy them in my YouTube, in my store. It's a great value. It's a really comfortable hat. It's a dad hat. They call it a dad hat. It's got the man card patch on it. These are probably going to end up being a limited edition because I have a new supplier. It's going to be a little bit different. I think I want to go a little more classic with it. The man card patch is really good, but it's very interesting. Please wait for the Indians so you can adjust your TV screen. That's funny. Grondike Soap Company, I believe, is actually a real soap company. And Tactical Soap is a real soap. I love piking you with the stick of truth. I think he means poking with the stick of truth because it makes you flee the fuck out. Actually, I'm having fun with you because you're stupid, and stupid people are fun to mess with. That's just so funny. I'm supposed to ask him questions. He can't answer a question. He's too stupid. If he were this much smarter, a helping hound, we could do that. But unfortunately, he can't do that. He's just too stupid. I'm sorry. It's not my channel. What's not my channel? I'm sorry. At any rate, guys, yeah. So again, definitely, once again, the Epstein Files release is not the kill shot that Dems hope for, and Trump lives to ride another day. While we get to see Bill Gates take it in the butt. He said, "Well, hold on, wrong button." I think you're a maggot because you talk like a maggot and you gag on Trump's cock like a maggot and look like an ignorant as fuck like a magnet. So you are a maggot. This dude is dumb. Very dumb. Very dumb. Are you Somali by any chance? Because that would give you an excuse for being this stupid if you were a Somali, because we understand that the average IQ of a Somalian is 67. And that's just an average. Certainly, you seem to be slightly lower than 67, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Did you like that one, Viking? That's pretty good. They're giving great reviews for Melania documentary. It is doing so well, it is causing liberals to melt down over Rotten Tomatoes for giving it a 99% popcorn approval rating. That's awesome. A helping hound says, I've known for 10 years the Epstein Files wouldn't do anything. Those people did what they did far outside the maritime exclusion zone. Yeah, and I do too. I know that as well. And there's some other things too, but we can get into it at some point. So we call Biden fans stentards. That's pretty funny. Ombre 76 is a perfect example of the Detroit education system. Maybe. I didn't think it was possible for anyone to be dumber than First Amender, but I guess I learned something. You learned something different today. That's funny. Very funny. If Bill Gates will sneak antibiotics into his wife's drinks because of his Russian hose STDs, imagine what he would sneak into your back shot. Boom, ladies and gentlemen. Ras wins the internet today. Fucking legend. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Ras wins the internet for today. That's true. Also, by the way, I hear him and Cosby were buddies. Huh? You see? See what I did there? This is Cosby, because he was, right? It's Cosby. Yeah. That's what's up. That's true. Mike drop. That's true. Yeah, that's funny. I honestly, Bill Cosby. What's up, Zach Diecast? Good to see you in here, my man. Bill Cosby. That's correct. Bill Cosby. Oh, that's funny. That is really, really hilarious. Was the we've entered into inception here, ladies and gentlemen. So was the chess player Bill Gates was grooming since she was 16 the Russian girl with the STD? That's a good question. Good question. What? Man, hard questions. These are hard. I noticed that old hombre hadn't had much to say lately. His little 67 IQ is he can't deal with this information that he's getting. By the way, I do believe actually that Bill Gates and Bill Cosby were in fact buddies. So, just saying. I think you gotta keep an eye on people named Bill. That is very interesting stuff. But I do believe hombre has given up. I think that he's decided that he's fighting the unwinnable fight, which he is. And so there you go. But as far as the exclusion zone, a helping hound, you're correct. And I've said that since the beginning, is like there's nothing the U.S. government could do about any of this, right? Like it happened basically on an island that was, where the U.S. has no authority. And a lot of times with women who come from countries with much lower ages of consent or no age of consent. So it was just, this is all a boondoggle to keep us kind of, milling about like an angry mob. So, yeah, Shirley. Yeah, you're right. Helping hound for sure. Well, that seems to be the case now. Is that's why the divorce actually happened. So we'll see. Yeah. No, I mean, so it's like, no, I don't think you can. I don't, because we don't have any authority over those countries. Mr. Andrew Wilson says the U.S. government can arrest heads of state for weapons charges. See Maduro. They can do whatever they want. You're all coping for the government and cupping Trump's sack. No, I'm really not. I'm really not doing that. I mean, it's interesting that you say that, but really not. I feel like that this is an Anson Knowles this is an Anson Knowles alt. Like a divide and conquer tactic that is designed to keep us at each other's throats rather than looking at the corporate oligarchs that are going to rip us all off. I mean, as a corporate oligarch, I you know, I'm actually not a corporate oligarch yet. I could be. I have aspirations. Yes, that's why I think it's Anson Knowles. So this is an interesting statement, though, other than the cupping Trump sack. Raging Patriot sends $2. Why do all lefties talk about Trump's cocks? Weirdos. That's true. And I'm also wondering why it always goes back to that. Hombre, brother, you didn't beat up on anybody. You're just like every other liberal. So enjoy your made up world where you lie, because that's what you've done. The problem is that you just keep lying. You just want to admit the lie. We could have a really fruitful conversation if you just admit that you fucking lied, but you won't, because you're a leftist. Just like Destiny, lies, won't admit it. Just like all your heroes, Pisco, lies, won't admit it. Although he will come close. Vaush, whatever the fuck his name is, lies multiple times. Never admits that shit. Never says, you know what? I was wrong. I made that shit up. So I think this is an interesting statement too. Your world will come crashing down when Americans who aren't bigots send your cult leader packing for a second time. Nobody's sending Trump anywhere. He is going to walk out of the Oval Office as an ex-president again and go back to running his multi-billion-dollar company again and basically living the life that you could never dream of living because you don't live in reality. So, you know, it is what it is. America has been allowed to snatch other nations' presidents. That's been going on since Jefferson Davis was found in a dress. You're not wrong. Lives in Chaz Utopia. That's funny. The mentally deficient, except he has to lie. That's correct. Trump had to relabel Maduro and make it a public proclamation to make it official and to make it legally valid by our laws as they are. Before he could act, he followed U.S. law to the letter. That's true. The interesting thing about so First Amender debated Cool Vic the other night on this very subject, and unfortunately, I don't think Cool Vic did very well, and he really wasn't ready for that debate, and it's fine. He just didn't prep for it very well, I don't think. But I'm just going to tell you, First Amender, just like our buddy Hombre 76, was just lying the whole time, literally just making shit up that had no bearing in reality. And the thing is since Vic wasn't prepared for it, he just said, "Yeah, okay." So rather than being like, "No, you're fucking lying." Well, first thing is that snatching Maduro was an act of war. No, it's not. It's an act of war if someone declares war or you're in war. Otherwise, it's just an act. Could be an act of aggression, sure. So, you know, that worked out. There was a $50 million bounty on him. So regardless, you know, so if you want to admit that that's fine, you know, that's okay, then everything else that follows means that we're going to go get that sumbitch at some point. I think it was an excellent operation. By all accounts, it was exceedingly successful. And if you guys thought it was about the oil or you thought it was about drugs, I mean, then you're, you know, like the liberal guys were thinking, you know, like literally First Amender literally said that it was, you know, that we were after the oil, we were after the, you know, we were just trying to blow up a bunch of drug dealers, which had nothing to do with our motivation there. And we all should know by now that the actual motivation was twofold. First, to get rid of the flow of cocaine and other drugs, fentanyl and other drugs from Venezuela into North Africa, into Europe, Middle Europe, and etc., where they were being turned into cash to fund weapons for terrorism being used against the U.S. Now, could we have started at the other end of the chain and gone after the terrorists and then gone up and taken out the dealers and then worked our way back to Venezuela? Yeah, absolutely we could have. But why? Why not just start right at the beginning of the distribution network and take out distribution? Now you know what? Far less drugs are going into Europe from Venezuela because they can't leave there anymore. We made that happen. And now far less money is going to terrorists. There we go. So, you know, whether you like to admit that or that was a part of it or not is irrelevant, right? So that's part of it. That was one part. And you know, Vic should have made that argument. First Amenders claimed that we were after the oil. No, we weren't after the oil. We didn't give a shit about the oil. Now, what we do give a shit about is there are multi-billion-dollar corporations that lost out back when Chavez took control of the country and kicked everybody out. He not only did several American citizens and employees of American companies get killed, murdered, whatever you want to call it. Not only that, but they seized the assets of these companies and they voided all of the contracts for these companies who are operating down in Venezuela. We know that that's wrong. You can't do that. So when we're talking about this, I honestly thought that Vic knew this. I was really surprised that he didn't go after First Amender on this. First Amender said, yeah, it's okay that, you know, that equipment was left there because that's just things and that's just, you know, so what? But we didn't have any right to the reserves of oil. And the problem is that, well, who cares? You have companies, you have corporations that spent millions of dollars setting things up to get kicked out by the company, by the state when it was nationalized, and employees and staff killed, murdered, murked, whatever you want to look at it. And all of the profits from the contracts that they had paid for were basically thrown out. First Amender's response is that those companies didn't have rights to the reserves. In other words, the oil that wasn't pumped out of the ground. And that's incorrect. They absolutely had the mineral rights to the land that they were on. Now, reserves in general refers to oil that's pumped out of ground and stored somewhere. Okay? Not always, but in general. The way First Amender was using it was the oil that had not been pumped out of the ground yet, and therefore it wasn't actually, it didn't belong to the corporations, but that's wrong. If they have a lease to the mineral rights, they have the right, and they're the only ones that have the rights to the minerals under that ground. And so First Amender was just absolutely wrong. They were just factually. He was factually incorrect. Vic didn't call him on it because he didn't do enough research. He should have slammed the door on his face right there. The problem is that literally First Amender was just making shit up as he goes along, just like we just saw from our buddy, whatever the fuck his name was. I've already forgotten. But yeah. So what was that guy's name? I don't remember his name. Any thoughts on Daddy T filing suit against his own treasury for $10 billion because his tax returns got released, more money than he's ever been worth on a defamation claim? I don't know. I think it's hilarious. I don't really have an opinion on it. Anybody can sue anybody in this country. We know that. Marte reads Grok good in debates. He's a gold star. Now I know it's Anson. What's up, Anson? Good to see you, man. You should come up. Destiny was looking for an easy win instead of attacking Marte's arguments, and that falls on Dusty. So you're talking about the Dusty versus Marte debate, which was a fucking train wreck from the word go. Neither of those dudes did well at all. I know that people want to act, there's a lot of people who want to act like Marte did well or that Dusty did well, and the truth is that they both sucked. The problem is that they cannot have a civil conversation between the two of them. They have way too much aggravation, angst, anger, hate, whatever the fuck it is. They have way too much of it between them. They're never going to be able to, I don't think they'll ever be able to bridge the gap without shaking hands in person or something or the equivalent and just moving on with fucking life. And so, unfortunately, I just don't think we're going to see anything. There's I think that it's such a great subject to talk about and to debate, and it just never really got properly debated. And I don't think it ever will. I have offered to host a debate if they want to do it again. We'll see if they want to do that. For some reason, I don't know, that they seem to not necessarily be willing to do that. Bag of dicks. That's funny. SKB has a bag of dicks. Blood Diamonds, Siege of Jadonville. Oh yeah, that's true. A helping hound for sure. I hate when I agree with that Mr. Andrew Wilson and or Ben Shapiro. That's funny. Hombre, that was his name. Yeah, thank you, Hombre. I already forgot about him. Whatever. First Amender would be wrong if he predicted a sunrise. Probably. It's probably true. Hombre, that's what it was. Just like Steelman saying Trump broke laws by not following overreaching court orders that have no jurisdiction over him by law. According to our laws, ignorance is not an excuse. Easy to check. Yeah, that's probably sure. Right. Absolutely correct. Zach is absolutely 100%. There's no way any company will put equipment on a site without some agreement to rights to a percentage of the mineral rights in perpetuity when said equipment is in use there. Correct. I think most of the agreements in the Venezuela deal originally pre-Chavez was that it's kind of one of those it's a 10-5 arrangement. For every 10 barrels of oil the company pumps out of the ground, they give the government 5 or the nation 5 or whatever it was. And that, and then they get to sell those, or they, something like that. So I'm not really sure how that worked out, but I'm sure there was I know that there were contracts in place, and those contracts obviously were torn to shreds and meaningless once Chavez started killing people. Yes, total train wreck. They both sucked. Absolutely. That's for sure. Correct. Neither of them could get past their respective dislikes for each other, and it turned into a total mess. Absolutely. Barn Diesel, 100%. Either way, flow state won. Marte can't even define mandate. Actually, I see, and this was another problem. So here's the thing. If Marte had been able to actually say and articulate what kind of mandate that he was looking for, he was actually right. He was actually right. But they argued so much about meaningless, it was terrible. If anything, the mineral oil rights would go to OPEC, not directly to the U.S. No, if they're American companies, they go to the U.S. So, which is, guys, do you guys know that we actually get, and somebody can fact check me on this really quickly, we actually get surprisingly little oil from OPEC now. OPEC, we get our oil from other sources. OPEC is we're not their biggest customer anymore. Now we may be a bigger customer since the sanctions on Russia, but yeah. He can define a date with a man for sure, though. Yeah. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, the mandate thing was really, I mean, it got so in the weeds on that. Like, you could have a mandate that required all the states to incorporate X, Y, and Z as a fitness program in their state, and to, and it, depending on how you worded it, it is entirely possible. Mandates aren't laws, by the way. That's not how that works. It's usually it doesn't carry the weight of law, but it has an incentive to go along with it and a disincentive to not do it. Like an incentive would be, if you follow the mandate, then you get extra tax dollars, or you get to keep more, or you send in less tax dollars, or whatever. Yeah, but where does that rank? I mean, we buy a lot more oil from other places than OPEC, and we're certainly not OPEC's biggest customer anymore. Yeah. I lost my train of thought, but yeah, it doesn't matter. They could have had a really great debate, and they just didn't. Yeah, 15%. That's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah. And that's because we don't want to drill for oil in our own country. Just like China. It was just China and the US are very similar. They do not want to they don't want to use their oil resources, and apparently we don't want to either. So, is what it is. And it's interesting to me, honestly, that is the case. $55 to 60% from Canada. That's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah, just as a percentage wise, we just don't buy that much from them anymore. Which, by the way, is also why we don't have the same sway that we had with OPEC like we used to. Well, we used to be their number one customer. And we had a lot of sway, right? Like we could say, hey, we're going to turn off the tap. It's not, yeah. For the record, Bill Cosby, mixed martial artist Conor McGregor, and singer Taylor Swift, who have been found liable for sexual misconduct in civil court proceedings. Really? Really? Taylor Swift? Break that down for me, would you? I got to hear about that. That's very interesting. I didn't know that, Fatty. That's very interesting. Yeah, so much like China, we just don't want to drill for oil here, right? It's just, we just don't want to do it. We would rather buy oil from other people. A helping hound has bought into the mythology. Oil does not come from dead dinosaurs. Cloud seeding is not a myth. I've actually watched cloud seeding happen. And Columbus did not discover America. He discovered like Barbados. He discovered Cuba, I think. So they were never, ever getting back together. Yeah, there is no real reason for us to get oil from other nations. We have plenty of our own, and that goes for grades of oil too. If we would just actually access it, yes, that's absolutely true. However, we just don't want to do that. For whatever reason, we would, as a nation, we've decided to purchase our oil from other countries, and not drill it in our country. I'm sure that there's some EPA bullshit behind that. I'm absolutely positive that there's some economic reality behind that. I understand the mantra, the ever popular philosophy that the reason that we're involved in in OPEC and the rest of the world market is for using the petrodollar to export our debt, which is certainly true. It is effectively doing that. However, I don't think that that's the reason behind the petrodollar, and I don't think that's the reason why we haven't cut off all the other countries. But it's a long, drawn-out discussion as to why. Opening ANWR is a good start, but we need coastal. We need coastal production ramped up too. You can say Gulf of America. So interesting. That's a good point about the Gulf of America. So I didn't know this. I looked into this years ago because I was actually shocked that there are no U.S. or there were, maybe now, but there weren't then. There were no U.S.-owned oil rigs in the Gulf. And there are very few off the Pacific coast. Now, I found that really interesting, and for a number of reasons. But the most interesting part of it is it seems to be planned. It seems to me, maybe the only one, but it seems to me that the reason that is because politically we want those nations to expend their money and their resources to get oil, instead of our corporations expending money, time, and resources to pull the oil out of the seabed. Now, this is bothersome on a couple of different levels, but I've really tried to flesh it out over the years. I can't get there, but I do know I've talked to a couple of different oil companies that have told me that it's virtually impossible for an American company to get a license to drill for oil or to have an offshore oil rig. You absolutely can't. It's almost impossible. It's not impossible. It's almost impossible. So, and why? We don't know that, right? Most of the oil production off of our coast is owned by the Japanese and the Saudis to some degree, but most of it's the Japanese and Koreans. Very interesting. What's up, Sarah? How are you? Glad to see you come over. Aren't you doing your show? Aren't you live right now? I mean, I don't know. I haven't been paying attention, but I feel like that you're normally live at this time. Israel owns a bunch off the coast, off the northeast coast in the Atlantic. That's possible. I didn't know that, but that's possible. You've got a license to ill. I remember when that album came out. I remember the first time we threw that in the cassette player in the car and jammed out. They didn't play it on the radio. Uncle Fatty says, yeah, Queen Tay-Tay, had a former roadie charge her in 2017 with battery, and he won a #1 claim. Steven Tyler, Axl Rose, and even Diddy, all civil court cases. That's so interesting. It's so interesting. You're not live tonight. You're dead. I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Sarah, if you would like to come up, you're welcome to. I can throw you the link if you'd like to come up. I've been raging all night tonight about how, well, not raging, but really animated tonight about how once again the release of Epstein file material is not a nail in Trump's coffin, but a nail in basically a bunch of Democrats' coffins. And now we've been talking about other various aspects of the world. Rhodey, rest in peace, Randy Rhodes. That's right. That's true. Rest in peace, my man. Reindeer are better than people. That's probably true. That's probably true. Anson Knowles says Grid is doing a cope routine to explain away how bad Trump is by focusing on nonsense. That's not true. You're in the bath. Okay, so don't do that. Don't come up here. Don't. It's fine. Yeah. It just instantly your mind goes to Austin Powers saying, "Is it a bubble bath?" No, wait. Austin Powers would be like, "Is it a bubble bath, baby?" I can't do it. I don't have the voice. I get the radio announcer voice. I don't have the Austin Powers voice. So the raging tomato bath. That's true. I did see Andrew on earlier. He was over at VO Pod watching the start of their debate. He may be watching now. I don't know. I'm not his keeper. Turn into ketchup, just add water. Yeah, definitely Anson. I know. I told you. I told you it was Anson. So it's actually pretty easy to understand the Anson Knowles alts. So what else you guys want to talk about? Anybody want to come up and hang out for a little bit? We can talk about whatever. Can we dwell on the Gulf for a little bit? Some say it's Spain, others East India Co., but still others claim the Welsh made it to Mobile Bay. Yeah, we can dwell on it. What do you want to say? Throw it out there, my man. Run the algebraic equation. Okay. Fair. You missed out earlier tonight, Sarah. I had a real true lefty, insane lefty who was literally said that Trump was mentioned in thousands of emails in the Epstein files, which is just a lie. And then he wouldn't face the lie; he kept making other weird claims. Very strange. What's new for my Pew Pew show? I was supposed to have interviewed Keita Bussey this week. I'm going to reach out to her. Her daughter has been ill, may have Hashimoto's thyroid, which is pretty serious. So we're she may be on next week. We'll see. We'll see what's up. Yeah, I kind of don't care. Yeah, I don't care. It's nothing really new. This week, Wednesday, I should have some more range material. It's been so cold, I haven't been able to get out to the range like I want to. But maybe we can get enough footage in time to have some good range time video. So who knows? There's a lot of stuff that's potential to be on the Gun Podcast. We'll see where it goes. Clover Tack's been up quite a bit. He's certainly very helpful to have on. A lot of people see Alberta's people actively seeking to leave Canada. Yep. You know what what most don't see? Well over 30 counties in Illinois seeking to exit Illinois to become Iowa or Indiana territory. Well, that's interesting. I thought Taylor Swift countersued that guy and won that case, and she got the dollar. I no idea, my man. No idea. Pritzker wants to run for president when his own state is literally doing the same thing Carney's Canada is doing. Yeah. Send link. Yeah, all right. I got you, bro. Got you. You know what's funny is that I bet I could have argued the opposite position better than either of the lefties in tonight's debate. Let's see. Did I check out that vid of the lady in the car that was right next to the shooting line? I did see that video. There's one thing about what was said by the agent that I think shows how the incident evolved. What was that? Because I'm pretty sure I had the volume down on that and I only watched it. I didn't listen to it. And now I'll have to go find it again. Well, he'll be up in just a second. I've already sent him the link. He should be making his adjustments to his computer any moment now. Wait, it was $1? Uncle Guns and Uncle Fatty in the house tonight. What is up? I was saying earlier that would make a complete matched set, and thankfully we have that. Welcome in, Uncle Guns. How the hell are you? Navo and Chicago used to be sister cities, equal in every measure. At some point, Chicago became Gotham. That's fucking true. You are not wrong there. Am I planning to go to the next WWD? What's WWD? World War Debate. Somebody had said that I was on a list of people to be invited to debate there, and I've not heard anything. Otherwise, I don't go to New Jersey unless I really have to. And we've rented out the apartment there, so, you know. So unless I'm debating, I don't think I'll go. I am going to have Enrique Tarrio on again, though. I need to set that up. I've got a lot of stuff that I almost need a secretary, because I have so much going on that I need to do between the gun show, between this show, and lining up guests and keeping things straight. It's just, I have so much I just don't get to every day. I need to, but you know. Jersey is New Jersey, which is, I mean, it's better than New York, but I mean, you're splitting hairs.
Hey!
What's up, man?
Hey!
What is up? Did he win?
Yeah.
Did Renyald continue to make his weak arguments?
He made a couple good ones, but as soon as they were countered, he went to TDS, and it didn't really hold that well. We kept talking about law and order and enforcing the laws of immigration laws and whatnot. Then why did you vote for Trump? And it really just kind of fell flat. So I'd say Dylan gave me a run. Dylan Burns is a really good debater. No matter what you think about him, he can hold his own. But I'm here to defend Sarah now. Who's talking shit? Who needs it?
No, nobody's been talking shit about Sarah.
Good. I'm a knight of the Panelverse. I fight for House Panelverse, and I will defend her honor. My wife didn't like that.
You're about to get beaten live.
Oh, hold on. Let me explain
in
myself.
real time. In stereo.
So, no, she's not upset. She watches her with me in bed sometime on Instagram. I'm her #1 Instagram viewer. But yeah, what's up? Who are we talking shit about? Who's stupid? Who's faking?
Oh,
gay?
this guy. So there was a guy here earlier, Ombre76, I think, or something like that.
What a bitch.
Literally, he was well, obviously, he was on Twitch. He wouldn't even come over on YouTube like a proper gentleman. So he was sniping from Twitch. And basically, he was saying that Trump's name was mentioned in thousands of emails in the Epstein report.
I looked through them. I was Enemy Charlie lost her mind today. She was going full QAnon. I looked through them all.
Yeah. And I'm like, no, he's only mentioned in like 4 or 5 of them, not thousands. And even then, he's only mentioned by Epstein, right? Like he's only in like a very passing way. And he wouldn't admit that he was wrong about that.
I was watching Andrew this morning on Twitter just completely dispel everybody's arguments on it. So I went and looked into it myself. It looks like almost all of them are secondhand. FBI couldn't verify anything. So bad sources, and most of them were right around the election.
Most of them are. Most of the time, Trump's name is mentioned is not in an actual email, in an Epstein email. It's in an investigation note.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just saying last night that I hadn't seen or heard from Charlie in a while. So I hadn't seen her around.
She said that the system is corrupt and the only way we can fix it now is communism. All of our elites are part of a pedophile ring. And I was like, bro, if you can find the proof, show it to me. If not, take a gun, head over to Comet Pizza and Ping Pong. It's in the basement. And she did not find that funny.
Yeah.
So she kind of lost her. She kind of lost her in her marbles today. It looks like, but you know what? Whatever. It is what it is. Is that Anthony in the chat?
Wait a minute. Wait, what? Hold on. Hold the phone. Speaking of Andrew, he gave me a shout out on his post JRE show. Well done. What? Can you please elaborate, sir? I did not see that. She's apparently sorry she doesn't have a penis for those guys. If those guys would like you to have a penis, I have problems, and there's so many questions about that. Let me know about the shout out. I'm now I got to go find it. Clip it. Somebody clip it. I've not heard that.
Is that Anson in the chat, Mr. Andrew Wilson?
Obviously.
Yeah, I thought so.
Like that's obvious. Obviously, Anson is obvious.
Yeah, Anson, I'm sorry I can't match your extreme alpha energy. I'm doing my best, but I'm married, so my testosterone is hobbled.
Actually, when you get married, I think your testosterone goes up, not down. Look at how much healthier you are. You're not all pasty faced. You don't blend into your walls, which I mean, obviously you've got a backdrop up now, but
I got better lighting too. We bought a real studio light, so it looks a lot better now.
My eyes got watery. No, I just didn't know he said that. I was like, that's pretty rad. I mean, that's rad if he did. I should watch it. I should. I don't have time to watch everybody's content. I barely have time to create my own content, let alone watch other people's.
So yeah, I'm gonna talk some shit.
Some shit.
Cool, Vic, you need to stop fucking stalking Sarah. It's creepy. You made.
He said yesterday he was going to.
I'm sure he said that. I guarantee we're gonna see the next video.
I went on there and talked a little bit. It's an interesting thing because I don't really know that much about Cool Vic, right? And I actually thought that he was in kind of the same sphere we're in, where we do commentary and debate and stuff like that. But what he actually is, when I actually went and looked at his content, Sarah was like, hey, he's done like so many hit pieces on me or whatever. And I went back and looked at it. I don't agree that they're hit pieces, but he's a reviewer, right? So he picks streams in a very, that he, normally it's an Andrew centric show. And then he reviews it, which it means he plays it to his audience and he speaks for like 10 or 15 minutes. Right. And so while I disagree with Sarah that he was actually doing hit pieces, it's just what he does is he does these reviews and he either talks shit about his, because obviously he's on Andrew's side, so he talks shit about whoever's opposite of Andrew, and he, and that gets him clicks and views, and that's how that works. You're out of the bath now.
I'm sure
you're not naked, are you? Don't be naked.
I understand he's showing loyalty.
Don't be a criminal.
I get all that. I'm sure he's an all right guy, but like he's like.
Well, I'm not saying he's an all right guy. I said I didn't understand what his stream was. I've only been over there a couple of times, and every time I've been over there, they've been talking about debating or something of that nature. That's not the Raging Tomato. That's Anson.
No, it's me.
Oh, it is you? Okay. That's like something Anson would do.
You just sent the link.
I did, but that was like super fast.
Well, Tyler sent it to me, and I just waited until.
Oh, I got you.
Me. I was just being respectful.
Yeah, that's fine. Anson says, all jokes aside, I love Sarah, and she is great. Tyler, you are the man, and Grit is an excellent former race car team owner. That's true. All of that is true. Former race car team owner. I could go back into it. I just don't want to. You were the number one Tyler hater, Landon TV 25. I don't know. There's got to be a longer line than one. So, when getting out of the bath and being female at the same time. That's
no.
Like that's apparently he considers that a. They consider that.
Well, I mean, if I was a dude, y'all would be completely different with me, and that's fine. Like, but being a girl, I recognize I'm playing in a male space.
Sure.
But like they only tap into the fact that I'm a female when it's convenient for them to hit at, like, in a bad way. Like, oh, you're a whore, you're a slut, you're this.
I treat everybody like an individual. So if you act feminine, I'll treat you feminine.
Your mic sucks, Tyler. Either speak
I've been hearing that all fucking night. Yeah, no, I treat you like an individual because you're an individual. That's at the end of the day it for me, but that's because I'm not really on the right with these guys. Yeah, I'm getting there, though. After this fucking pro-insurrection shit, I'm about done with these motherfuckers on the left.
Mr. Boulay says turning in early, got a ton of stuff to do tomorrow. Y'all have a great evening. Well, I certainly appreciate it. Mr. Boulay, you are an awesome mod. Thanks for all your hard work, my friend. Get a good night's sleep.
But
Tyler can be a cuck, but I like him now that I have seen some good old-fashioned Spurgeon. Yeah. Tyler
Spurgeon's classic, though.
Yeah, he's a classic Spurger.
Wait, why can I not hear you now? Let me jump out and back in.
Where did Sarah go?
She said she couldn't hear anything. Is jumping back out and back in. Hey, man, you're allowed to disagree with people's politics, but I like to be somebody that people enjoy disagreeing with. I don't want to call them fucking names and attack their character and shit. We can all disagree in peace and go out and shoot guns together afterward.
Yeah. I mean, look, I have no problem with Vic. I've tried to help him. I've offered to help him out with his debate prep and things like that because I think that he could be a reasonable debater. He does seem to get very emotional during debate, which I think is interesting. And he needs to get a handle on that. But it's interesting. I was asking Dennison yesterday if he felt like I was a stoic. And he's like, no, way too emotional. And I'm like, that's interesting. I get the opposite all the time.
I'd
And
say, yeah, you're like even Marte when he was trying to like dunk on you was like you don't get to the point fast enough. You over explain things. That's about as much as stoicism gets, giving everybody a fair shake. Yeah, I don't think.
oh, you're talking
emotional.
about over on Vix?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, he was trying to dunk on you real quick, which he was doing in good fairness and fun.
yeah, it's fine. The I mean, I consider Marte a friend too, but that's fine. I don't really have a well, so if you watch the debates, a lot of time you can actually see me decide which way I'm going to go with my response. Like in real time. Like if you really pay attention, you can see me the wheels turning, and I'm like, am I going to be a dick, or am I gonna be funny, or am I gonna tear this guy a new asshole? And so it's very, I'm very purposeful in my responses. Tomatoes back.
Sorry.
OG, I can probably get you up here later if you want. If you hang out, man, just be cool. Just be cool, man. Be cool. But I just think it's an interesting thing. I think it's. I got you, Tyler. I think it's an interesting thing that people automatically assume that if you're being a stoic means that you're always Mr. Grumpy Pants. I'm in control of my emotions 90%.
I don't think stoicism is always grumpy. I think you're just regulated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at any rate, it was interesting. I was told I was not a stoic yesterday. And I'm like, I'm pretty stoic. I don't have absolute control of my emotions, but I got them on pretty good lockdown.
I'd say you keep your cool for most of stuff. Mostly. Until somebody like sets you off, and then it's like, ooh, we have a go.
Well, but I make a decision in that point, right? Like with and the Millionaire Bachelor is a perfect example. I was
that
sitting
was
there.
classic. No, he deserved every minute.
He did deserve every bit of it, and I was just sitting there listening to him, and I'm like, okay, I got like 3 paths I can go. I can be calm and try and talk to him, and he's just gonna sit there and be all. He's gonna try and be all cool, or I could just fuck him up. And I made the decision. I'm just gonna fuck him up.
Even my mom was sitting there saying, like, "Go, Grid, go." If you can get my mom like rooting for you, you have a win. So yeah, but no, I wanted to tell you that whole Vic thing, because like everyone keeps saying that I'm doing all this stuff, but the thing is like they're blending me in with everyone else. And like Vic's done all of these videos of me, and I happened to actually watch this one because I was like, what the hell is he talking about? And then I was like, all right, well, fuck this dude. And it's like, so they can do all of these, like, I guess hit pieces or whatever you want to call them on me, but I'm not allowed to respond back. That's the part that like tickles me pink, because I'm being deemed as like, well, you're not allowed to respond back. You're not allowed to do that. Like, why? Why am I not allowed to? That doesn't make any sense. Like, I haven't bothered this guy. I haven't done anything about him. Like, even though he's got video after video after video, and like, I'm not allowed to finally defend myself. Fuck you.
I mean, I certainly don't take it as you don't have a right to defend yourself. In just my observation, right? So again, because you made the point to me that, hey, he's made a lot of videos, and I went and I'm be honest, I didn't watch however many hours of video it is.
Oh, I wouldn't either. Yeah, I didn't.
But I kind of, I clicked through a bunch of them and got a feel for it, and I kind of I started to really understand what his channel is about. He is a reaction channel, and so the unfortunate truth is reaction channels do not exist without creating drama. And so unfortunately for you happen to be that drama lately,
right?
And so I will agree that I don't think that he's taken it too far. But also don't think that he knew that Well, I don't know. I don't want to make any statements about what I think people know. I just don't think it needs to go like too. I don't think it needs to go too far. I think, you know, he is the type of channel he is, and you're the type of channel you are. I have other than I think the animation that you use on one of your shows, where you're kind of dunking on all the dudes, which is totally fair if you want to do that. Other than that, I haven't really seen you. And I could be
Dunking
wrong.
on who?
I'm sorry.
Dunking on who?
On the dudes, the men, the dudes, the males. Because it's all
What?
you've got all of these pictures of men that you're like making fun of. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
What are you talking about?
It's the opening to your show, and I saw it the other night. Hold on, I got somebody asking me something here. Do I want to co-host a debate with Uncle Fatty and OG on Christo nationalism?
Probably meant to be Christian nationalism.
Yeah, Christo national. I mean, yeah, yes, that's an official call-out challenge if homie is man enough to accept. I mean, yeah, man, I'm down to do whatever, dude. Yeah, that's what I do. I do stuff like that. But at any rate, I'm sorry, I got distracted.
You were talking about some video dunking on dudes.
Yeah, it's just like the intro to your show, and it's got an animated version of you talking about the dudes, and like, you know, it's got cartoon versions of the various people of the Panelverse on it.
Oh,
and
the
I don't know if
circus
you're
panel?
actually. I'm sorry.
You're talking about the circus panel,
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably.
where it's like the ringmaster circus panel.
I think that's the one. I got to be honest. I also didn't watch it all the way through, so
It's
I just
an
caught it,
intro,
for a few
like.
minutes, yeah.
Well, I'm trying to think of what else I have on there, but like, because I have different.
I mean, look,
different.
it's kind of irrelevant, right? Like, other than that, I don't.
Well,
think
I don't
I've
know who
seen-
I'm dunking on. If it's an intro video, I don't know who I'm dunking on.
Well, it's just kind of a snub at the dudes, and I don't know. Anyway, I at least that's the way I took it. I could be wrong. I'll watch it again to make sure.
Yeah, I
that
mean,
I'm
if it's the circus one, like they literally call it a circus.
Yeah.
Like this is what they've all called it. It's a fucking shit show circus over here. Like,
yeah,
I don't know how that's a snub to something that they that have said themselves.
Yeah. I guess so. From my point of view, I don't have any. So, and I felt like I'll make this like really publicly clear. I don't have any problem with you, Sarah. I think that you and I have talked, and I've told you, hey, the way that all the stuff with you and Andrew and Rob and all that went down is, I don't agree with it, but that's between you. You guys are adults. It's not. I have nothing to do with it. And I don't involve myself in other adults' business unless invited, and I certainly not invited in this case. And beyond that, I don't have a problem with you. I don't have a problem with I don't have a problem with Dusty. I've been on Dusty's panel a couple of times briefly. He's been over here a couple of times. And as a matter of fact, I had him and Marte on a couple of weeks ago trying to sort out their debate. And I just I don't really see why this is continuing, right?
I think because everyone else is continuing it. You know what I mean? Like everyone else just keeps going. I think I've made I made 2 videos, like 2 funny-ish videos or whatever.
Yeah.
And then I've done like 3 actual streams talking about what's being put out there. But it took me a long time to even do my first one because I'm getting hit left, right, and center between the comments, the DMs, the harassment, every freaking streamer and his brother talking about me. And it's like, all right, fine, I guess I'll go talk about it.
Yeah, I get it.
And it's like, and everyone says, "Oh, you're continuing the drama." I'm like, all I'm doing is talking. Like you guys are stabbing me again and again. What do you want me to just sit here and bleed out and die? I don't know. Like, it doesn't make any
Yeah,
sense
I
to
don't.
me
I don't
how
really
they.
know. I'm not the one doing it, so I can't answer any of those questions.
Yeah, I'm not saying you, but
Yeah.
I mean, you just look out there and all the thumbnails with just my
Mhm.
face on it, shitting on me, and it's like you like, what do you expect me to do?
Mhm.
Like, just crawl in a hole and cower?
Mhm.
Like, I have to talk about it at some point, and at this point, it's like nobody cares. Like
Mhm.
but I think they keep lumping me in with Dusty because Dusty's the one that's making all of his hit
Yes, absolutely. I was
videos.
about to say that. I think it's a lot of it's guilt by association because you and Dusty are tight, and in the very beginning of all of this, um, you guys were kind of playing off of each other to some degree and whatnot. Um, and so I think that you are whether it's accurate to do it or not, or even reasonable at this point, you are lumped into the same kind of category as
Right.
Dusty. And
And they
whether that's
just,
fair or
just
not, I can't.
yeah,
I can't
yeah.
really speak to, but I want to answer this guy, Cyborg 4706. So me, grid. What was the day you became okay with PDFs since you still support Trump? I will literally cash app you $100 if you bring your dumb ass up on this panel and give me one shred of proof that Trump is a PDF. I double dog dare you. Actually, I triple dog dare you. And you ain't got a hair on your ass if you don't come up on this panel. Otherwise, fuck off. I will put my money where my mouth is, but you won't put, but I'm certainly 100% aware that you have no proof. I'm sorry, Sarah, we can continue now.
I mean, I like the idea of the hair on his ass. I mean,
He ain't got a hair on his
that's
ass.
that part got me. I'm not gonna
That's a
lie.
Southern thing. You ain't got a hair on your ass.
Yeah, I
So
do. I think they're just lumping me in with Dusty, and Dusty, if that's his stuff. That's what he does. Damn it, dog.
Yeah,
What'd
to
you
be fair,
do?
you did say a couple things. You did make a couple of videos. You did
yeah,
address it, but then
but
you
that was a
moved on.
month ago. It
Yeah,
That
was a
was
and
month
like
ago.
2 months ago, and each time had a actual valid
Mhm.
reason. I mean,
Yeah.
one of them I did because they wouldn't pay me. They wouldn't pay me what they said they were going to pay me, and then they kept fucking around and like harassing me about it. And it's like,
Well,
just fucking pay me so I can
yeah.
go away.
Yeah.
You know?
Will I take docs from the Epstein files? Absolutely. You bring it up here and show me in the Epstein files where there is proof that Trump is a PDF because he can't. We've looked all through them, baby, and there's nothing, not one item, sir. You will literally you'll have to have a reach that Michael Phelps would be envious of to make that shit happen. Yes, I think Trump ran teen pageants for profit. And he actually didn't run them. He had women do that. Very capable women, I might add. That 3K stream was retarded. I don't know what 3K stream you're talking about. What's up, Emmett? How are you? Emmett, we have someone who's accusing Trump of being a PDF file, but he's just like, man, blah, 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 blah. I would absolutely accept Epstein file evidence if you actually have evidence and not innuendo or rhetoric. So, Tyler's already out doing that.
yeah, I took care of that in chat already. I'm just closing my stream down right now, so ignore me talking.
You got a jet? Oh no, you were closing your stream. I got you. But yeah, Sarah, I think that you're catching a little bit of crossfire because, and I mean, to be honest, Dusty's even kind of letting it. Oh, Sarah's gone again. She'll be back. Maybe. And she's back.
All right.
Can we?
Keeps like,
All right.
oh no, it went out. It's getting
Yeah.
weird again. Let me try one more time.
Yeah. So, yeah, Sarah, I think you're just kind of getting, lumped in with Dusty, but even Dusty is not, going after Andrew at quite as hard. But we'll see. We'll see where this goes. I think I'm certainly not involved in this. she's roboting. Oh, and she's gone again and back again. Sorry.
Sorry. I don't know. It kept going weird or something.
You're on your phone, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. That happens to me too.
How do I raid people? I want to raid my shit over to you. Is there? Oh, it's.
And if you're on YouTube, you just go to customization and then redirect. So, hey, what's up, Naomi? Good to see you. Good to see you.
You can only raid though if you have like is your channel monetized and everything, Tyler?
Yeah,
No.
you're not monetized. You got to do a ghetto raid. So just throw the link out and tell everybody to click it.
Okay. All right.
Don't worry.
That's what Emmett has to do the ghetto raid. How are you not monetized, Tyler?
I'm going over here for the next 10 minutes. I just moved over to YouTube, so I only have 160 subscribers because I quit Twitch after the whole letting Hassan Piker air fucking Hamas propaganda and Hezbollah videos without any penalty.
Yeah.
You know how pro-Israel I am, so
I know.
So I switched platforms, started from scratch a few months ago. So I'm trying to build it back up.
Everybody in my chat, if you could go, if you could post Tyler's link on YouTube, we should help get him monetized, guys. We absolutely can do that. Need to do that. Wait, did that guy give up after we told him that his evidence was not evidenced, and we're not stupid, we're not retarded people?
That's a dishonest person with TDS. As soon as you hit them with facts and they can't lie anymore, they just dip. That's all they do. Leftists and liars are handing. Every time a leftist opens their mouth, they're fucking lying.
Sarah, you may not have been around to hear it, but poor Tyler he's lost all love for leftists.
Sorry, you were cutting out for me. I didn't hear you.
I was cutting out. I'm sorry. So, Sarah, you probably weren't around to hear it, but poor Tyler has lost all love for the leftist.
I don't blame him.
He
tried to walk the line and he just couldn't. So
they're too dishonest, and on top of that, they're all fucking assholes to deal with. Like, if they were cool, like Dylan's cool as fuck. And I like fucking Castle and shit like that. There's a couple I still enjoy, but if they were cool and wrong or cool and dishonest, I'd fuck with them still. You know, I still talk to Vipers and all that shit, but they're not either of those things. They're cocksuckers to deal with, and they're always dishonest every time they talk. So they hate me more than they hate right-wingers. I actually like Dylan Burns as a human being. I disagree with some of his positions, maybe more of his positions than I and I just ignore it sometimes. But I've been in debates against him when he was arguing my points for me. $5 comes in from Fuck It Button. Tyler just moved to Texas and found a huge set of balls with a new gun in his house. Well, not yet, but he's going to get one. And absolutely. He moved out of Soyville, Georgia, straight over to Testosterone, Texas, and it made all the difference. That and he got married. There's nothing that makes a man start thinking conservatively as marrying a based woman. I even bruised my hand so I could look more like Trump.
Nice.
You didn't. You hit yourself with a hammer.
No, the dogs pulled me down in the ice.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So, Count Emmett, what's up, buddy? How are you? So, Tyler has not bought a gun yet. I wish that he would, but he has not yet. But he will. Sarah keeps dropping off, guys. I'm sorry. She's on her phone. I am watching, so every time she pops up, I'll put her back up. And I think she just hit me on Discord.
We're watching a classic tonight.
Yeah, she's restarting her phone. She'll be back here in a few minutes, guys. So don't she'll be fine.
We're watching Terminator 2 Judgment Day. Oh yeah, my brother's in chat, Avi716. So he's a little bit more left wing than I am. Still, he has
Avi716.
Tyler
bought a gun. Well, he will. So he's in Texas now.
We're getting there. He's got a couple. He's got a couple rifle, a shotgun, and a handgun.
Your brother does?
Yeah,
You just said he's lefty.
He is, but he's like a union lefty. He's like the beer
Oh, he's a
drinking
union
old-
lefty. Yeah, yeah.
We're all, my whole family is all, except for my sister, she's a deranged leftist, but the rest of us are all beer drinker, Democrat, like old school kind. So
Yeah, I got you. Cyborg's back. You can take your Trump bucks and donate them to humanitarian aid to Gaza. No, I don't think so. If anything, I'm going to buy a couple of special munitions. But listen, you did not come up. I offered you the opportunity to come up and make your case, and like I know, you ain't got one. You a bitch. What you are. That's okay. Just admit you're a bitch and move on. You did lose all your guns in an unfortunate accident. Hey, Sarah's back.
Oh, thank God. I hope it works this time. It like you guys keep cutting out on me. Like I can't hear you. It'll just randomly go out.
That is really annoying when people can't hear
Yeah.
either way, I gotta go watch. We're watching Terminator in a second. So everyone have a great night. I just wanted to come up and talk some shit.
Hey, I appreciate it.
If anyone wants to watch,
talk shit.
I went through all the legal precedent as to why the shooter of Pretty was probably going to get it. The shooters were all probably going to get away with it. Why Pretty was in the wrong, assaulted.
It was legal. It was legal. 100%.
I went through court precedent. I went through the laws, and almost all of it went unchallenged. And the one part they did challenge is assaulting the officer. We pulled the fucking law up, and I pulled up examples from January 6th where people got arrested for exactly the same thing as assaulting an officer. So I proved my point. It was a pretty fucking good debate.
Yeah. Yeah. I got it, man. I'm on your side on that one. So
Dylan Jones is a good debater. It was not easy, and Ringwald's not bad himself. He can get a little upset, and it gets him off topic. But when he's on point, he's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, what I've noticed about Ringwald is once you defeat his points, he just goes pure TDS and just can't get beyond that, and he can't come back. So
yeah, but otherwise he's pretty solid. If he gets a little bit more feet under his ground, I think he's going to be a great non-fun too, man. I got good things to say about non-fun. I wish he'd stop idolizing the Destiny cocksuckers and live and learn. Like those dudes, except for Soy's a nice guy, but the rest of them, man, dishonest every fucking time they talk.
Soy's dishonest too.
Zaya is one of the most dishonest fucking people I've ever met. Fucking Hutch owes me money. He made 2 bets about the election and blocked me before he had to fucking pay me. That dude's a fucking scumbag. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
Sir Knight Tyler.
Good night, Tyler. Always a pleasure, my friend. We'll talk tomorrow, I'm sure.
Take her easy.
Not tomorrow, Sunday. Tomorrow's Sunday. I don't usually get on the internet on Sunday.
Yeah, I don't much either. So, but I might be around. Take her easy.
Oh God, no, not Manor reports.
Yep. Landon is.
It's
sorry.
not
Go ahead.
open. It's not open panel Manor. It's VIP only.
Yeah, I don't do open panel hardly. I hardly ever do open panel. Landon is correct here. I did not tell Cyborg for 4706 to put links in the chat and hide. I told you to come up here and have the balls to present evidence in front of everyone. That is correct. I'm absolutely, there's just no other way to put it. If you cannot come up and present and I will give you the, I'll give you the link, but if you can't present the evidence, which we know you don't have, that's fine. Why would I have you up, Manar? I don't like you.
There's no point. He's been getting better. He's come on my panel a couple times lately. He's getting slightly better. I didn't have to call him names or shit talk him a whole bunch, but he's doing better, and I'm not saying that that's a significant amount of better.
Yeah, well, I watched the debate between him and Connor, and it was terrible. You cannot present any evidence why both shootings were unjustified. All you're going to do is come up here and spurg, and that's fine. I don't. This is. It literally says Saturday Night Chill, right? Is that not the title? I thought that was the title.
I thought it was shit talking or something.
Oh, it is shit talking but it was specifically about the Trump Epstein thing, because the lefties every single time that they released the Epstein files, all I heard last week leading up to this was the end of the week, Trump's going down. He's going down. It's a new release of the Epstein files. Now we're gonna have video. We're gonna have photos, and just like they did back in December. And guess what? Yeah, there are photos and videos of Bill Gates. Bill Gates, baby.
Oh, no.
So bad. I'm so sorry that you're heroes. Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway. Well,
Yeah,
who we
anyway, so
talking?
yeah, Sarah, I mean, yeah, I've been good with you the whole time, right? Like I've been over to your panel, and I think that you got a little salty. Because I guess I observed that I was no longer a mod over there. And it was just an observation. I wasn't bitching or anything. I was like, I'm not a mod anymore.
Well, your super chat was shown to me, and I thought that was pretty low.
Which one? I make
The
a
Streeper.
Sorry?
Streeper.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Somebody accused you of being a stripper.
Well, I mean,
actually, I know exactly who it was. I'm just not. I don't know if I should say who it was. I mean, I know exactly who accused you of it.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. But if you're gonna make low blow shots at me, then I don't need you as a mod.
Yeah, fair enough. I wasn't mad about it.
Mm-hmm.
Cyborg, you actually worshipped Bill Biden, I'm sure, and he absolutely was probably a PDF.
I think you should stop responding to Cyborg and make him get his pussy ass up here.
Yeah, he won't come up here. He's one of those guys that just sits out there and tries to talk shit. Manar apparently Manar is at least willing to come up and talk shit, but I don't need to lose brain cells tonight with his nonsensical ass.
Ooh, glad you brought this up, fuck it button, because I actually was not naked in the picture. If you actually went and looked at the picture, you'd see I had on bikini bottoms and nothing was exposed. So try again. You were all lied to. You notice how convenient it was that he put a big black box over top of my body and then lied to you and told you I was naked behind it? Fucking dimwits. All you had to do was go click the link and find it yourself.
It would be very, very strange if you were to do that. I thought that was very.
Exactly. We've shown the picture on my show. Dusty's brought it up on his. It is so not naked. You can put it on your YouTube show right now, and TOS will not touch you.
Yeah.
I actually would expose more skin if I was in an actual bikini.
So, Manar, I understand that a lot of YouTube channels operate on drama-induced funding. That where they'll bring somebody like you up and you'll say some radical bullshit and we'll have a back and forth and the super chats will flow in because people hate you and they want to support me in hating you or they hate me for arguing with you or whatever. I am not one of those channels. I honestly don't give a fuck. I'm here to right now. I've already had an hour and a half of talking shit about the Epstein files, and I have my friend Sarah up here. One of the other thing is that I always and I've told people, I'm like, if Sarah really has a problem with me, Sarah has my phone number. She can call me. It's not like I block.
Yeah, her. I don't go around making enemies quite often. It's not like
anything like that. So, but I do, I thought I didn't think that you were going to go naked or anything, which is, I understand it was a joke and things happen like that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so Manar, I'm sorry, man. If people super chat me, I want them to do it because they enjoy the show, not because they hate you.
Uncle Fatty's right. We pulled up the Google search terms and just started typing in the Raging Tomato, and it started saying OnlyFans, naked pictures, so really? they were somebody or not somebody, but a bunch of somebodies went looking for it on Google because it started. You know how it autofills based on search engine or search metrics, and that one kept coming up as the Raging Tomato OnlyFans, Raging Tomato naked pics, Raging Tomato this, it was quite comical. But just to say, if he lied to you about that, what else do you believe he lied about? Because there's a lot of stuff in there that he was lying about. So just saying. What do you got, baby? You can't chew that. No, that's not yours. Here, chew this. There you go. But yeah, it is
Yeah,
quite
that's I
convenient.
mean, it,
It's
like I
it's
said,
very
I
convenient to block off an entire. Don't you think that's weird to block off an entire picture and just say she's naked, and then later saying that I deleted photos because it had logo trademark issues or whatever, and they said that I would sue that, or I was afraid of lawsuits. That's why I deleted the Printify link is still there. It's still pinned. It's still
yeah,
posted. Like nothing's
the
changed.
the Chatter King says I looked. Sorry. I mean, hey, man,
But there's nothing there.
no
I'm
judge.
not bashful, and I wouldn't hate on anybody for clicking on the link to take you to that picture, but you had to go looking for it. That's the funny part.
Minar has all his bootlickers over here. To be
Oh,
honest, let Minar
Menard.
up. Why not? Why would I?
No,
You got to
no.
give me a reason why I ought to. Now, I don't like Minar.
Nobody likes Menard. He's just no disrespect, but all disrespect to you, Minar. Nobody likes you. I don't mind when you come on the panels every once in a while, but you are a little cantankerous and a little harder to manage
OG, do you want to come
sometimes.
up? OG can come up. I like
OG's
this guy.
cool. OG, you just can't say all of those words that you say on your show over here. Grade won't allow it, just the same as I
OG and I
won't.
have an understanding.
You
He has,
want-
I mean, he's one of the ones that has trouble with the software sometimes. But OG can come up. He can hit me on Discord, and I'll throw him the link. People come begging to come up is fucking lame. I'll tell you what.
I was
Menard,
invited.
you can get your dudes to super chat $300 cash money, like yeah, I'll let you up for 10 minutes. How about that? $5 comes in from fuck it button. No. Why you don't let Minar up, huh? Greed. Why no. Beach dog. There, Minar was up. That's funny. It is funny.
It's so close. It's so well done too. He's just, I don't have anything against his talking points or anything. Like, that's fine. It's just his impulsive, crazy, wild shit that, like,
Yeah.
he just doesn't know how to sit back and have a conversation. And it just
Yes.
gets rough when, especially if you're trying to have a panel or you're trying to whatever. I mean, it's good for inciting like the chaos, but it's overkill. You know what I mean? Like I'll say it this way: I could not handle having two Menars on one screen at the same time.
Sure.
So
Uncle Fatty apparently likes that move. Damn. Yeah, I mean, $300, 10 minutes. It's fair.
I think that's fair.
My time is worth money.
I believe that. I 100% agree. And this is an exclusive panel. You don't open your doors up very often
That's
or to
right.
just anyone. And now, Minar, you know my drill. I'm open, welcoming with, whatever. But not here. This is exclusivity. This is VIP section, unless it's open panel debate night.
Yeah.
Three Minars, fuck my life.
Three minutes.
You don't do, don't your debate nights, don't you do them open?
I haven't been doing them mainly because Anson. So I had three really good judges: Anson, Tyler, and Cleaner. And Cleaner's been like really super busy, and Anson has had a lot going on in his life. So it was just like I wanted to get through the holidays and kind of get settled back in, and then I'll start doing the debates again. And that's really kind of what drove it. But yeah, I don't really like doing open panel that much. I have been doing some, and I've been having like I'll have a Himza up, but a Himza doesn't have Discord, so I have to put the link in just for her, and then I just like click stuff off.
Yeah.
Then I have to kick
Delete
people
it.
out of the back. Yeah. So
Oh, just delete the link from your.
Well, people just immediately copy it. So, but
Oh, I see.
yeah, I'm
Do
getting
do do do.
yeah. Sorry,
Suddenly,
my
your
wife.
wife.
My wife is blowing me up a little bit because there was a um. Wait, my um. I don't know. My there was a. My wife's just going through some um bills and stuff, and she found something I think my son did, and she's like, "Did you
Uh-oh.
authorize this?" And I'm like, "I didn't authorize it."
Was it like a PlayStation game purchase or something?
No, my kid buys clothes from weird companies, these little cottage industries,
Mm-hmm.
and some of them have very strange names, and um, so we don't. I'm kind of used to it, um, but my wife is not really.
Yeah.
So
I had once my stepson, when my ex and I were still married, spent like I swear it was like $500. Because he got like a PlayStation for Christmas, and now PlayStation's different. Like it's or was it?
yeah, it's
Yeah,
all
it was
online games,
PlayStation.
right?
Yeah. So I had I had used my credit card to purchase like the
Mhm.
PlayStation whatever, like so that he could have an account and access all of this stuff, or I don't know, something like that. And I didn't realize it stored the card.
Mhm.
And next thing I know, I like checked my card bill or whatever. Like
Mhm.
a few weeks later, it was like 500. I was like, what the fuck? Like, and I guess he didn't realize, or at least he claims he
Yeah.
was like 13 to 12 at the time or something, didn't realize like what he was charging and that it was actually charging real money. And I was like, dear Jesus Lord, like fuck my life. So we had to have a nice little conversation about pushing buttons like that. But
Yeah.
um, yeah.
Yeah. My wife doesn't actually control the purse. However, she'll question things that look odd because we get credit card fraud on from time to time. It's just
Hmm.
the way it works. My son buys from some strange name, like he likes all of these old like rock band t-shirts, and so
Hmm.
he'll buy stuff from these secondhand clothes companies and things like that. And he likes this old military surplus stuff. And all these companies have just like strange names that my wife doesn't recognize. And then
Hmm.
she was also sending me a message asking me if there was we get at the lake house, we had to go to a trash pickup service. And so they bill monthly. And my wife was like, did you authorize this? Because she's never actually looked at it. And I'm like, yeah,
Hmm.
it's the trash pickup for the lake house. And she's like, oh, okay.
Hmm. Yeah, it's like I've gotten so good at not having that, like just minimalizing my expenses so much that if something weird popped up, I would know. My daughter does some of those weird clothing companies too, and
Mm,
but anything she buys runs through me first, so I know because
yeah,
I'm always like, well, how much is it? Like it's $23. Like, okay, so I know I'm expecting some shipping and
sure.
handling, so I see that run through, and I already immediately register
Yeah.
that that's what she got. But hot diggity, some of these companies have some weird ass names.
Hmm.
But
Logical Spark, if that's true, you should immediately go to the FBI because they don't have it. They don't have the proof.
yeah, because they would have already done something
And
about
she's
it.
seen all those charges from SHOT Show. So I didn't actually spend that much money at SHOT Show. I wanted to, but I just didn't spend that much money at SHOT Show. Um, but because mainly I was so tired that all I did was go back to the hotel, eat, and go to bed.
Wow, loser.
I know. Clover Tech is a party animal. He was like out to all the parties. He was doing all the events. He was working it, baby. He was working it. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's funny.
But
Yeah, I'm surprised you're not going to go to World War Debate, or at least not unless you're going up as a invite
yeah,
only.
I man, I heard a rumor that that I was being considered to debate on word war debates and that, but nobody's contacted me, right? So it's probably just a rumor, somebody trying to stroke my ego or something.
Well, it's still early. It's because it's not till what, March 28th.
Yeah.
So if
and I would
they're
certainly do it. I mean, I would absolutely go debate. It would depend on timing because I've got March is when the competition season really starts, and so like every weekend I have stuff going on. So,
well, this is March 28th. We already know the date.
yeah, and and so it's a, but it certainly I'd be willing to do it. I don't really right now. I don't have any, like, nobody's told me I can do it or whatever. So, I'm certainly, like I said, willing to. And the other thing is that, I mean, I just don't, I would go if like I could schedule it. So, or if it was scheduled in such a way as to be like a family event, if like my wife went, maybe my son went.
Yeah. I
Go ahead.
would imagine, because he's old enough, like if it weren't for the creepy people out in the world, I would totally take my daughter and let her, see kind of the world I'm in a little bit. But like even the DebateCon event up in Jersey, I think she would have not enjoyed it, but it enjoyed understanding,
Sure.
but too many creepy people. But I mean, your son has already kind of been around all of us, but
Well, he looks like a 30-year-old man, according to
I
that.
know, and
Yeah.
he's like taller than you and shit.
Oh yeah, yeah, he's big guy now.
But I would imagine because he's a smart kid, I'd imagine he'd actually probably enjoy going to that. And it kind of reminds me of like the WWE of debate where they got all the flashy lights and like ladies and gentlemen, like so it's a little more entertaining in person. So I would do it, make it a family event. I mean, I know you said the apartment up there's already being rented out,
Yeah.
but go do that at like Saturday and then go do New York Sunday, Monday or something. And
yeah, I mean, I could make it work pretty easily. It's just I would be much more inclined to go if I was going to go debate. But
right.
We'll see. We'll see. So did I take any footage of SHOT Show? Not really. I have a lot of pictures from SHOT Show, which I'll be talking about on Wednesday on the gun prattle, or maybe between now and then. But it's really hard to video there, and I was complaining about it to CloverTac that it's so loud there. There's so many people, and they're all talking, and it's very hard to have an interview, even when. So CloverTac was doing interviews while we were there, and he had a little space in the Bursa firearms booth. They had but the walls are cloth, right? It was like it's like a tent inside. So we're in this little room, but you can hear everything. And the first day was hilarious because they were setting up like a rock concert on outside, but close enough to the doors that even with the wall in between, but some open doors, a hallway, and then a row of closed doors, we were still getting the bass and some of the noise from setup, and it was kind of distracting. And so I have a setup that I think will work really well at the next event at NRA and at Goals later this year. I think I have a setup that'll work for events, but I did not have the right equipment with me to attempt that. And everybody I saw attempting it does not seem to have great footage. But that's okay. Yeah, it's called noise canceling. Most of that never made it into the stream. I know.
Wow.
But Orthodox guy cowers from a debate. I challenged him. He refused. I don't blame him. I wreck lots of people. What's up, Marte? How are you?
I thought Ortho guy was coming up.
I thought he was too. He could be having computer problems because his computer does not like my software for whatever reason.
Well, he was still in the chat.
Yeah, I think.
You mean like getting on the link?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you got to be the one weirdo that uses fucking Restream.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually have a directional shotgun mic that would work in that environment, but
Mhm.
I did not have it with me. I didn't
No.
bring any of that. I did not bring. I was literally like in my Discord. I was like, should I take a complete camera kit with me or no? And I'm like, they're like, no. I'm like, okay, that's fine.
Next time, just get a camera guy. Let them do that part while you do the
I
exploring.
should.
Yeah.
OG, yeah. You know what? I also don't think. I don't think OG is much of a debate. I mean, no offense, OG, if you're listening. I don't think you're much of a debater. I think you're a really good discussion guy.
I don't think. Oh, yeah. I was gonna say I don't think ortho guys kind of back down from anything. Like ortho
He
guys
doesn't back
pretty.
down. I just don't think it's. I mean, I mean, saying you're gonna wreck ortho guy is like okay, but whatever. Yeah. Still don't have $300, Manar. So I guess your people don't want you up here that bad. I guess
What a shame.
I guess your people don't really want you got you don't.
That's all right. He'll probably come on mine Monday.
I have really good lav mics. I have two sets. I have the DJI and I have the newer ones, and they're rad actually. So I should probably I probably should use those. Clovertac's on it, man. Clovertac's got it going on.
Yeah, it sounds like I need to talk to CloverTac to get the right gear or some shit.
Yeah.
Holy cracker doodles.
We're in a crowd. I believe that.
Yep, you're being paged to the floor for debate.
I know. I'm all good. I'm all good with that. Just let me know when. I've got Dusty and Emmett are going to debate on my channel.
Yeah, what was the topic for that? Because those
I don't know. I got no idea.
Because those two, I think it'll be interesting. I think it'll be a fun one, like a good one. I don't think they'll be yelling over each other and whatever.
Yeah, no, I think that there's, I think the big problem between Marte and Dusty is that they've just a little too much animosity or, lack of, personal respect, which it's kind of hard to come back from, it's just kind of hard. So.
Yeah. No, I totally get it. And I wouldn't expect anything less between those two, but I do think that they should have.
Emmett's got the topic. He says, is libertarianism a possible political system? That's gonna be a great debate.
A possible political system.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by a political system?
Could you actually have a libertarian society is what I think is what they're talking
about. Why not just say that?
You have
libertarianism is more
work.
Isn't libertarianism more of like a ideology, like a concept, or how you apply your thought process to politics, like live and let live style.
It gets complicated when you start talking about libertarian as an actual like thing for society, because then you have where do your liberties end and mine begin, right? And then you get into the NAP principle, and then you get into
and I think libertarianism does follow that structure. Like, listen, like you've got your rights, I have mine. If I don't impede on yours, you don't impede on mine, and we're
the NAP.
Like, I'm going to stay on my property. You're going to stay on your property. I'm going to do what I want on my property, and it's not going to bother you. And you're going to do your shit on your property, and it's not going to bother me. Once it starts crossing that line into impeding on the other person, that's where you start to have the problem.
Yeah. Mr. Work was on here the other night, Marte, and I wrecked him pretty solid. And then he actually made a comment in my chat saying that he won because he had like this rare, weird interpretation of how to get to where he actually took a W, but he didn't. He took nothing but L's the entire night. It was very funny. And it is what it is. You're going to debate 1v2 debate against Manar and Mr. Work. Okay. Where are you doing that at, Marte?
Who is Mr. Work? I mean, I know you just said who's on, but I haven't heard that name before.
Mr. Work. It's there. He has like a whole like it's a Mr. Work something or the other, and it's a longer name, but he was on my show the other night. He came up and he was like, I think he's a Destiny follower because a lot of his. So basically, I challenged him to some. I didn't challenge him personally, but I made the statement that I didn't believe that anyone could give me a good reason, or could give me a justification to have the illegals in this country because they are the jobs that people say that they want them to do. They're not doing. They're actually living off of welfare. They are taking advantage of the system. They're not actually working in fields like Dusty always says. They're not picking fruit. They're not. I mean, certainly we have migrant workers that do that, and some of them may be illegal. But the reality is that most of the illegals, the largest percentage of the illegals in this country, are living off of the public dole, and yet they don't pay taxes, and they are literally stealing from legitimate citizens who should be getting that help. And I challenged anyone to show me an example of how. And his entire argument was based in that since he, in his very misguided thought process, he thought, or he made the claim that since most of the illegals came from South America, and South America is a predominantly Christian country or nation, or not, or I guess it's actually not a nation or country, but continent. And since those people were primarily Christian, a large percentage of them Catholic, then their first generation offspring would vote conservative, which would improve things in America. That was his entire premise. And then I took that apart because, well, first of all, the majority of illegals coming into the country are not Hispanic, and they're not, and they're definitely not from South America.
Right.
So if you combine Hispanic and South American, then you get a majority, but you have to have both of those. And originally he was only talking about South America. He didn't include Mexico at all. But once he realized his mistake, he changed his verbiage to include Mexico. And so then, which still, okay, he was wrong, but I let him move that goalpost a little bit. And I said, again, the data doesn't reflect that because these people are on welfare, and to stay on welfare, they vote blue almost exclusively. And he said, no, that's not true. So I pulled up the data from the last elections, and only 23% of the Hispanics that voted conservative. 23%.
Well, Hispanics or illegals?
That was he was saying that the first generation would be legal, and therefore they would vote conservative. I see. And I said that's impossible because by your logic, there would be 23% is not a majority, and it's
is that consistent? Is that consistent throughout the years, or was this like the prior elections?
I just looked at the one election because I didn't feel like I needed to go further to prove.
Yeah, I would be interested to know how they've voted before in past years and under different circumstances.
Yeah,
And I say that because immigration was a big piece, and maybe it has been in prior years too, but I felt like it was a big talking point for this election, and maybe that's why they didn't vote red.
Yeah. I just think that I just know that he continuously moved the goalpost. And then we got on the subject of percentage on welfare. And obviously when you get into, when we get into the not minutia, but when we start picking at it a little bit, start pulling at threads, there's an exceedingly large number of Hispanics in California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas, and most of them are on some form of government assistance, legal or illegal. It doesn't matter. And so he just couldn't run. He just wouldn't, and he wouldn't accept those facts. He kept trying to come back to, well, they're Christian though. And I'm like, yeah, but being Christian doesn't
mean you're right leaning.
That's not a reason. That's not a justification for them being in the United States illegally. So there's no justification for that. And by definition, coming here illegally is not a Christian act. So,
right. Well, not only that, just because you're Christian doesn't mean you're a conservative. You know, like that's not. It's more likely, but not guaranteed.
Mm.
You know, there's plenty of Christian lefties out there. I mean, look, we got that that one church group that's running the LGBTQ narrative, you know, and they claim Christianity. So you can't, there's no way in hell you could actually make that claim.
Yeah, it was just a bad set of claims. And he, you know, then he came back after I ended the stream and was like, oh, I won because of this. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. That's wrong. So
that's funny. Well, send him my way. We'd love to have him.
Yeah. Well, he's apparently debating Marte. Marte, I don't think OG's running. I just think he's having problem connecting right now.
Well, he said what topic, and and then instead of just giving the topic, Marte just said you're running. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, I don't even know. So I don't even know that. I mean, I talked to OG earlier today, and he really didn't have a big issue with. OG's only real issue with Marte was the whole Grok thing,
which is reasonable. I can understand why somebody would.
And
feel
now he's, you know, I don't think that he's running away from you, Marte. I don't think he has anything against you.
OG is not a runner by all means. He's not a runner. But I also find that he doesn't find arguing to be worth anybody's time sometimes.
Yeah.
He's not like, I don't know. And Marte wants to literally turn every conversation into a debate and like, oh, I smoked you and that debate. It's like we were talking. There wasn't a debate. What are you talking like this? It's okay, Marte, if you're still here, it's okay to just talk to people. We don't always have to fight it out and debate and argue over it. It's okay to just have the fucking conversation. And mind you might actually get further along if you just have the discussion. You know, it's okay. And it's okay to be gay.
I don't know if that's true, but but yeah, Marte, if you're still here, man, I think OG is down to debate you. I don't think he's running from you. I also happen to know, as many do, that OG's living situation's not stable right now.
Yeah, he's got a lot going on.
Yeah, his house burned down.
Yeah.
Been rebuilding it, but now the weather's shit. So
yeah,
I don't know that he's back in his house yet.
Yeah, I think he's in a temporary kind of thing or something, which that would still suck too. Like,
yeah,
you know what? When I heard that his house burned down, I sat there and I thought about him. Like, what would I do if my whole house burned down like that? Like, how would I feel? You know?
Yeah.
And it's like everything that you own, all of your belongings, the space that you live in is gone. Like,
yeah, for sure.
You know, and that could, I mean, I've been in my house for, like, what year is it? 2026?
2026.
For probably 12 years now. So, like, 12 years of my life just up in ashes. It's weird to think of that. So, like, I couldn't imagine ortho guy, like, being like, oh, yeah, let me just come and fight somebody, because that sounds great right now with all the other shit I got going on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
My parents had their house burned down, and it was terrible.
Ouch.
And it was actually literally life-changing for a lot of people.
Mhm. Yeah, I just couldn't imagine. But and the fact that he's even streaming it all, more power to him. I mean, but in that event, like he probably needs, so if you guys are watching OG and you got a few extra bucks to spare, please send them over to him. I mean, he's in a pretty weird situation, and I know every little bit would be very helpful. So, yeah. Mm. So what else is new, Grid? Let's move around the block.
What else is good?
New, good, whatever, bad, terrible, crazy.
I don't know. Oh, his power went out an hour ago. That's crazy. Oh man, I've just so much has been going on. I see you out there, Silver Ogre. Nah, you must fight it out. Also, Kieran is gay enough to cover everyone. That is true. Kieran is quite gay enough to cover
Who's
everyone.
Kieran?
Kieran Beckham, whatever. He is usually on like Speakeasy or Emmett's and some other. I mean, he's been around for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But you like Kieran? I like Kieran too in small doses. I'm kidding.
Sounds familiar.
He's fine. He's fine. Yeah, he's good. He's a good dude. He's from Australia, so he talks funny. I mean, what else is going on? I'm shooting a lot. I shoot I shoot 3 to 4 days a week, at least 100, 200 rounds a day. I've been filming a lot. My equipment level, I've leveled up equipment wise, like an insane person. I literally have a studio camera right here looking down at my desk. I have 3 of the cameras that I normally use, plus a Black Magic pocket cam, what they call a pocket. It wouldn't fit anybody's pocket cam, but they call it a pocket cam for some stupid reason. But it's a studio camera, and
Nice.
lenses, mics, cables. Of course, I had all of the stuff that I did for my event at DebateCon was literally all my stuff. I didn't have to go buy anything.
That's good. And wires and stuff too. You were good with that.
Cables. I had cables. I had, and I've got I got all kinds of stupid stuff, but, so I've been doing that.
How was the setup process for that studio you rented?
It was easy. It was so easy. I had I had people showing up before I was waiting in the parking lot for the guy to come by and unlock it for me. And I had people there ready to help unload. And literally as soon as we opened the doors, we just unloaded. It took us maybe 45 minutes to an hour to get unloaded and another 30 or 45 minutes to set up. And there was a guy there who, he's a guy that is one of Rob's guys, and I think he pays mostly attention to Rob and Andrew, and he basically, I was looking for somebody to run the computer. I realized that I had been counting on certain people showing up that did not show up to fulfill certain roles. And when they, and I knew in advance that they weren't going to be there, but it didn't occur to me that I needed to find other people. And so I needed someone to help with setup. And fortunately there was a guy there, who came in, and he's like, oh yeah, I ran wiring. I did low voltage stuff and all this, back, a while back. I'm like, awesome. I need you to run this cable and over here, and I need you to do this. And he became my roadie.
Roadie.
He taped down all the mic cables. I mean, he did an excellent job. And then I was like, man, well, you know what I really need is somebody to run the computer. And this other guy's like, I ran the, I do the audio and the video feed for my church. I'm like, I sit down and I showed him all the equipment and how everything worked. And, and he knew, how to use OBS to some degree. And so he sat down and he ran the whole audio video stuff. I would go up and I would check everything. And if he had a problem, I'd fix it. But it was, it was not a big deal there. And it really was super convenient, honestly, at the end of it. And I was I must have gone up and down the stairs several hundred times between. I'd have to go down, check everybody downstairs, shake hands, talk to people, go back upstairs, make sure the debates were flowing. The debates were awesome. They really were. They were like, honestly, the debate between Fabian Liberty and VO Pod was legend. It was great. Or no, maybe it was Pentuple. Who did VO Pod debate? Did he vote?
I don't remember. I know Gibbs. You had Gibbs there, right?
Oh, Gibbs as a moderator was legend.
Yeah, I could imagine him being
legend.
really good at that. I definitely could.
It really was like, I don't even know how to say it, man. It was like crazy how good he was, because he is the real reason why the Rob Noor and tomfoolery debate didn't devolve into just a bunch of name calling, because he would stop everybody and he had this way of being able to ask a clarifying question and get them to stop circling the drain and get them focused again. And it really made that debate just awesome.
That's good. I could really see Gibbs being like a top tier moderator. I mean, he not only is he animated and fun, but he's very, it's particularly in the political arena, right? Yeah. He's very familiar with stuff. He knows what he's talking about. He comes prepared. And he's a fact checker, so I 100% would double down on him. If he ever wanted to amplify that and go big with it, I would 100% put my full support and all my money behind it.
Yeah, we Gibbs and I, we do debates. I think we have one next Thursday night. We'll do a debate, and it's they're 2v2s usually, and he does really good. And so I knew that he was going to do well. It was Fabian Liberty and Pentuple debated, and Tyler and VO Pod debated. Tyler and VO Pod had an Israel debate, and I told him, I'm like, look, I know nobody's doing this debate right now, and I know why nobody's doing this debate. And I said, you can do it. You just be super aware. I'm trusting you. Be super aware of TOS.
Right.
And they nailed it. It was such a good debate. They had fun. They both felt like they won, which is awesome. And I had JS
Urban Adventures.
Yeah. So JS Urban Adventures and Wicked Wally debated, which was awesome.
Nice.
Really good. And Fabian Liberty debated Pentuple. Now, Pentuple, I had told him that he was going to debate, but he apparently just kind of like forgot. Or he didn't think I was serious, or he was like, he thought he was an alternate or whatever. And so he got there and I'm like, you're all ready to debate, right? And he's like, what? No. And I'm like, all right, this is not going to go well, because you're debating Fabian Liberty. And so him and Fabian sat down for like 15 minutes, talked through the various points, and kind of where it was going to go. And they came up and they had just a banging debate. Like honestly, I think if you watch the modern day debates outside of Andrew's cousin fuckery debate, but you could watch all the other modern day debates, and then watch the 4 debates from my channel or from my event, and you would 100% say that mine were better.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it at all. I mean, we like our group of people, right? And even though it's a semi academia, we still have the power and fun behind it, right? And we're all familiar with one another, and we understand each other's personalities. Whereas if you get 2 scholars up on for modern day debate, we don't know them, we're not familiar with them, we're not close to them, we don't give a shit,
Well,
right? So we're
when you
not
look at, like,
connected.
Jim Bob's debate with and I actually wanted to get now I'm drawing a blank on his name, the teacher, the retired, oh, come on, guys, help me out here. What's that guy's name? It was Jim Bob versus Planet Peterson.
Mhm.
And Planet Peterson came off as just like he didn't know what was going on. Like he just, like, it was just a very strange debate. And I actually thought it would be better. But it wasn't. And I don't know why, but it just wasn't. And the debates, I mean, you know, you've got Fabian Liberty, who's like it goes down rabbit holes, and he's a I wouldn't call him a serious academic, but he's really, really well read. He really understands a lot of things. And
I like him.
Pentuple's a lawyer, right? So he's like, that's like the
We
best.
should have like a battle of the lawyers debate. Like Ryan Mullally, Pisco, Pentuple, Lawyer Chick, Lauren De Laguna. God, who else? Who else is a freaking lawyer in our space?
Oh, there are a lot of them. There are a lot of them.
Yeah, they do this for shits and giggles.
Yeah, well, they get bored. So, Silver Ogre says, the Grid's dinner table debates were better than everything except Andrew shaming Hot Pikachu.
Hot Pikachu?
Yeah, that was the guy's name was like unpronounceable, so it sounds like Pikachu when you say it.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah,
that's funny.
So, and he's the guy who had to like bite the bullet and admit that Muslims allowed first cousin marriage.
That's nasty.
And you know and then he had to admit that the science is pretty conclusive that first cousin marriage leads to mental lower IQ scores, mental retardation, basically. And so then it was no way he could win the debate when the literal prompt was, is Christianity or Muslim better for society? Well, it's obvious if you're introducing retardation.
Right. That's too easy.
Yeah, it was like a really pretty bad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Pisco's a lawyer.
Yep, Pisco and Ryan Mullally. That's why I love those two in a room together. They do great. Their chemistry is just fucking solid, and I don't mean that in a gay way. But they like watching the word war debate between those two. I was in love with the arguments because they weren't just most debaters I've noticed stay pretty surface level on the topic, but they were deep diving into stuff that if you didn't know what they were talking about, then you didn't know what the hell they were talking about.
Right.
Because they just dive so far in, even like in like the semantics of Black's Law Dictionary. It was beautiful. I was like, oh my God, it's taking me back to school again. But it was lovely. And when you have two incredibly intelligent people who are still both animated and fun, debating a topic and diving into stuff that is not like dinner table conversation, it makes for great entertainment. I loved it. They should be at every word war debate together. It should just be the Pisco and Ryan Mullally show, as like a pre-show or something, sideshow. I don't know, something. But would you
I
call
mean,
them master debaters? Absolutely.
yeah, I actually I don't disagree with that, but but they all have different um styles, right? Like Mullally's
Mhm.
really reserved. So is Pentuple. Pentuple can get a little bit animated. Pisco's exceedingly animated, and he's
Oh,
just
he's
angry.
sometimes like I'll never forget his first debate he did on my show, and I swear to God, he was like sweating and he was amped up, and I'm sitting there thinking oh my God, how many Red Bulls did this dude have? Because he was talking a million miles a minute, and it got
Mhm.
to a point where I was like, Pisco, you have to let them talk, bud. Like you're not even letting them respond.
Mhm.
And so his demeanor with Ryan's demeanor is a perfect blend because you have one that's amped up and one that's very like grounded.
Mhm.
And just watching it's like the yin to the yang in
Mhm.
debate. It's beautiful. God, it's so beautiful. I love it.
Yeah.
But yeah, they would be like debater soulmates.
Mhm. That's very interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's I mean, there's a lot of good debaters out there now, but there's also a lot of people who just really shouldn't be debating that just seem to demand to debate all the time.
Hmm.
And I'm not I haven't checked out of it, but I'm more, and I really have a lot going on with the gun show, right? Like I make no bones about it. Like that consumes a shit ton of time.
Oh, I bet. I bet.
Um,
Like
so
running a whole second channel and
mhm.
uh, all of the stuff that goes with it. That's heavy. That's heavy. I mean, the great thing for live streaming is you can just push a button and go live and start talking, right?
Yeah.
But if you're gonna do video, like I'm just trying to run through and pull clips from my shit and like go backwards in all of
Mhm.
my history and just trying to get through one video. I mean, it took me all day because you have to like do this and do that, and then it's got to do it, and then like, oh, my storage space is running out. It was a freaking hot mess, and I was getting irritated. And it's probably the most frustrating thing in the world, just trying to pull clips. And I'm like, fuck this. Like, God, I'd just rather just hit the button, go live, and call it a day. But that doesn't always get you anywhere. So, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Hmm.
I mean, it's a uh I don't know. It's getting kind of worse, and there's so many people that want to host debates and moderate debates and that don't know what they're doing. Um
Hmm.
and
Well,
the other
every
night I actually really wanted a debate. I was like really kind of like was just in that I just was in a mood to argue with somebody, and I couldn't find a good debate to get into, but that was fine.
uh
But
yeah,
just
everybody's a moderator and everybody's a debater now, and that's
mhm,
that's what brings us back to the point that like you can't even just have a conversation with somebody, and that's kind of like what Ortho was kind of referring to in the chat earlier, but like without them being like, oh, I'm gonna win this debate, we're debating. It's like just
mhm,
it's okay. Panel discussions are not always debates.
yeah.
Now there are grounds where something is a debate, but overall people like want to pretend a basic conversation on a show is like, oh, some big debate that like just randomly sparked up, and
Mhm.
it's like, no, we're just talking,
Let,
dude.
let me ask you a question.
Hmm.
You watched World War debates, right? And you
Hmm.
saw um Anna Kasparian versus
Hmm.
Pearl.
Yep.
Anna Kasparian is a debater. There's no doubt about it.
Yes, she knew
She
what
is
she was doing.
Pearl is, in my opinion, not really a debater. I'd really like to hear your opinion of how that
Oh,
went down.
I got opinions on that one. How much
Right?
time you
Well, I
got?
mean, you're a girl, so I
How much
expect you to
time
have
you
an
got?
opinion about other girls.
No, because I even had a good opinion about Ryan and Pisco,
Mhm.
and there's a lot of reasoning behind why I thought they were good.
Sure.
Anna and Pearl, the problem is Pearl is used to going on these panel debates, and I say that with air quotes. I know you can't see my fingers doing air quotes right now, but Pearl is used to going on these panel discussions slash debate-ish things and utilizing the basic tactics of like mudslinging and shock value and like trigger button pushing type of things in order to pretend she's winning, right? Like, for instance, we just did a whole thing a few weeks ago on her being on Fatty's Team Fatty's panel, and instead of just trying to have the conversation, like she was trying to get girls kicked off, and then she was like, "Yeah, but black girls are." What did she say? Black half of the black female population has STDs, and it was a panel full of black women, right? Like, can you just have the conversation without trying to insult anyone or just be an asshole? And race wasn't even part of the discussion, right? So Pearl brings these tactics to an actual debate where we want the entertainment, but we don't need trigger button pushing, like mudslinging kind of stuff. Right. And they kept saying, I heard that they kept saying no personal attacks, no personal attacks. And that's all she kept doing with Anna. And Anna was sticking with the facts. She was bringing up the stats. She was like, she actually had an argument and an opening statement. Pearl's opening statement was literally anecdotal with some guy sitting in the front seat who had a shitty life. That's not an opening statement, ma'am. That is appealing to emotion and literally anecdotal. All of the data is actually against her on that one, and Anna proved that. So I don't know what Pearl was doing, but she was not debating, and it's unfortunate. I actually felt bad for her later because I was like, damn, like that's not just an L, that's like a big fucking L there. You know, like it was almost like she didn't even try. And then I hear her on her stream, like post Word War debate, saying, like, yeah, I took off a couple weeks to prepare for this debate and yada yada. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, how the hell did she prepare? Like, what did she do to prepare for this? It was terrible.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Anna knows what she's doing, and she proved that very well. She did really good. She held her ground. She provided the information, and you know, she fought back when she had to, but she definitely wasn't throwing the mud throwing the first pile of mud. And Pearl just kept almost like she didn't know what else to do but revert back to her old panel days of just pissing people off and being annoying. There.
Yeah. So I almost mirrors my opinion, or my observation. My observation is that Pearl is used to having discussions that are adversarial, but they're not debates.
Uh-huh.
I think that Pearl's not actually really had a debate, and I actually had to think about it. And you know, she's debated Andrew twice, once with Lauren Chen,
Mm-hmm.
and once by herself. But it was both times it was a discussion largely guided by Andrew, where you know she would give a rebuttal point to his whatever point he was having, but that's not really a debate, and there's no debate style there. There's no back and forth, and like I originally thought that Pearl just froze, but after I thought about it, it was that she realistically was expecting to walk on there and read her opening statement, which I agree with you was garbage,
Mm-hmm.
and then just exchange a bunch of back and forth garbage shit talking.
Mm-hmm.
And then then it would look good on TV, right?
Right.
And what ended up happening is Annika, and I'm gonna and for all of you guys who are listening and listening to this on the VOD, and Marte and OG and all you guys who think you're debaters, take note at what I'm about to say here. Anna Kasparian showed up as a fucking champion.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like her, and I think she's wrong about a lot of things, but she showed up. She did not do more than glance at her notes during her entire opening statement.
Yep.
That's because she knew her opening statement. She practiced it. She had that on lock. Same thing with her every single point. If she needed to, she would look at her paper to confirm what she already knew, or maybe to just make, just to check. Okay, got it. And then she would make her statement from memory because she knows what she's talking about. And when we look at Pearl, if she hadn't had her notebook, she couldn't have said 3 words and form a complete sentence, because she literally read her entire opening statement word for word. And I don't care who you are, that looks horrible during a debate. Sure, refer to notes, but you don't read it word for word. That is absolutely horrible.
Yeah, you should be bullet pointing your
Right.
your statements and your points for later, right? You should just have bullet points, but you should be able to communicate the information effectively without reading a piece of paper. I'm not opposed to somebody reading, right? If you're nervous, and she definitely looked incredibly nervous, I get it. But this is like a full professional production that's meant to be.
What's the big leagues? You're on
It's
TV.
the big leagues, right? People paid. Well, here's how I look at it. People paid to come see that debate.
Yes.
Among the others as well. But they paid to come see you and to see you debate. Did you provide a debate for? Like, I feel like that was a failure to the ticket holders. Like, they paid for a show and you failed. And I'm not saying that like they should be mad at her or anything, but I just think that that's kind of like an insult to the people who actually paid for their tickets to come see this show and be a part of it live. And what did she deliver? Chicken scratch.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, it's just so bad, right? Like and what you saw is like you saw a college level debate club president on their way to being an attorney versus someone giving a book report in 3rd grade.
Yeah. Yes. And being a content creator, I would have expected her to be better at talking off the whim. You know, like, I really expected that. Like, you do this every day for a living, unscripted. How could you not just write? Oh, pardon me. How could you not just write a few bullet points down and even wing it? I mean, even I could have taken her notes and just winged it.
Mm-hmm. Right. And this is one of the things I really try and do, is I really try and know my subject well enough that I don't need notes.
Right.
I don't need them. People, but I'm also one of those people who will be like, if I say that let's just say I'm making a point and I say something is 4,500 and they oh no, you know what? It's actually, you're wrong. It's 5,500. I'll be like, yeah, okay, sure.
Right.
I can misremember things. Okay, you say it's 5,500. I'll accept. Right. But does it really change my point?
Mm-hmm.
And so I've argued with a lot of people. Usually I need to know, I try and really know my subject. And I don't get into a debate that I'm not going to know the subject of. And,
well, and hold on, Grit, if I may. You make a great point there. Pearl has been arguing this very topic since the beginning of her career.
Yeah.
How does she not know all of this shit?
Correct. Yeah, I was going to get to that, but
my apologies. I beat you to the fun part.
No, that's fine. I was going to make that same point, and I think that it's an obvious point to make. These are arguments that she makes on her show off the cuff all the time. So we can put some of it. I'm sorry, I'm messing around with my mic cable here. My mic decided to kind of move around on me. All right. These are points that she argues on her show all the time. And she argued them with Andrew, and she's argued them with everybody else. But so why did she all of a sudden need these notes? Why is this, does she not know her material? Is it maybe, I don't know. I can't come up with anything.
The same study that everybody, that same like divorce study that everybody likes to quote, they always misquote it. Ashley and I went through this study probably like 3 years ago, and we broke it down on screen and actually read it out loud. And a lot of the stuff that the red pillars they cherry pick very specific information and leave out a lot of the actual important stuff of what it means or what it's referring to. And Pearl's guilty of that. I've watched her do it before. However, Anna looked at that study. I could tell because she was quoting exact things from that study, and she read it very well and she understood it inside and out and was just beating the tar out of Pearl and her normal like red pillar talking points
Yeah.
that she tried to pull. And it's easy to beat them down on that. And you know, whether you're feminist or patriarchal or whatever, doesn't matter. Like you can't negate those numbers when it comes to those pieces. And Pearl just she got the shit beat out of her on it.
Yeah, I think so. But I've seen a lot of this lately where people just sort of flail around and they use talking points rather than actually know the subject. And I find that very interesting, right? And even if I'm and you know, I've been arguing the Preddy shooting, you know, for a week and a half now, and or a week, so almost solid. And it's interesting how many people just they have they the very first couple of things they heard, they've locked in on that, and that's it. And it's really easy to defeat them in an argument because you can just say, well, no, this is what actually happened. Not what somebody told you, not the rhetoric or anything like that.
Yes. And that's what Pearl does. She jumps on these like women suck talking points, but she fails to actually read the stuff. I think she's just, it's like somebody's giving her these random data points. And that's why even when Anna said, what are your, like cite your sources, and Pearl she couldn't say anything.
Yeah.
She couldn't say anything.
And I don't want to beat up on Pearl too much here. I think it takes a lot of guts to get up on TV
Absolutely.
and do what she did. I'm just saying that it was really like, I just thought it was a bad pairing. Like I would not, I didn't think when I heard it, I was like, really? Like,
I think
odd.
I think it was more on like almost like subscriber base, popularity pairing. You know what I mean? Because even I've kind of had to have done that before. Like if somebody comes to me and they're a 50,000 subscriber channel and they say, hey, I want to debate somebody on whatever topic, I'm not going to go out and get like a 300 subscriber channel and be like, hey, I got somebody for you. Right. I'll still match them somewhere close, at least 20 to 25K and higher. Because if not, it's like, what is it worth to the 50,000 subscriber person to debate somebody with nobody? At least not yet. Or match them in a 2v2 where one of the other people are bigger, right? So, I'm wondering if that was kind of the piece there, because Pearl is pretty big, but I think Anna's pretty well known as well. I mean, she's been on
Yeah.
a lot of. I mean, she's been
I just
doing
think
this
there were
for.
better people that they could have picked for Anna to debate. And I also thought it was
Maybe she enjoyed the beatdown. Maybe she kind of was like, "Oh yeah, I got this," you know.
Yeah, I don't really. Yeah, I don't want to even guess. I you know, and I don't want to make. I'm not trying to really bag on Pearl. It's just a very good example of pro and not pro. $4.99 comes in from Glare.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. Glare 1%er. Women do suck, just not often enough. That sounds like one of those. What do I call those again? Personal problems.
Yes.
Personal problem.
Yes.
What's up, Avoided Hornet? How the hell are you, man? I wanted to get in when you guys were talking the other day, Hornet, but I was working on some other stuff and I couldn't put down what I was doing. So sorry.
Hi, Hornet. Yeah, I think, and I will give credit where credit is due. And I did recognize that Pearl took on a formal, or at least more formal debate that I don't think she's used to. And I don't think she knew what she was getting into, quite frankly. And I think she still took it on,
Mhm.
even though I don't know, maybe she knew it was going to be a rough uphill battle, but going up there and willingly do it, she looked really nervous, and public speaking is
Mhm.
not easy. And I mean, even I get afraid, when you click the go live button, I get nervous every time.
Yeah.
Like, am I gonna fuck this up? But for her willingly to do that and go up there and at least try,
Yeah.
it's more than what most people can say.
Well, and I will give her credit because she did do it. And see, and this is what my original thought was, is I thought the ideal match would be Anna Kasparian versus Tommy Lahren. They're almost identical except for
Mm.
political ideologies.
No, I don't know who he is, but I'm
Tommy
sure.
Lahren, she's a
Mhm.
girl. It's a girl.
Oh,
The
I don't.
blonde-headed girl.
Oh, Loren, Tommy Loren.
Okay.
Is that how you say it?
Yeah,
Isn't that how you
I
say
thought
it?
it was Lahren, but whatever. It doesn't matter. Lahren.
Yeah, I thought it was Loren.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would make sense.
That would make a better. I mean, first of all, they're almost identical. They both have
And they're
sports
both
figure-
hot.
they're both hot. They both have sports figure husbands. They're both able to just run around talking crap everywhere because of that, and they're on opposite sides of the issue. So that would have been a much better matchup, I think.
I don't know. Her time on Piers Morgan, I think it was her and Andrew got into it.
Yeah. Andrew called her a
And,
feminist, and
yeah.
she got her back up on that one.
Mhm. But I think she still believes like in the patriarchy, and I think she still makes that stronghold on it.
Yeah.
So I think she would still make the argument against Anna. I don't even know if Anna's like pro-feminism necessarily. By the way it sounded like she was like,
So Anna's been moving more centrist lately.
that's what I was gonna say. She's kind of seemed more on the fence on the topic, but was like, fuck it, I'll pick up the topic, whatever.
I think Anna's been trying to move more centrist lately because I think that she realizes that the far left are a bunch of loonies.
They are nuts.
And I think that her, obviously her husband is exceedingly wealthy, and that doesn't play well. When you're sitting there trying to talk about oppression, and you're married to somebody who has like serious money, doesn't come off very well.
Yeah.
The Raging Patriot sends him $2 whole American, and on his income, that's significant. I really appreciate that. Make BJers great again, and make swallowing the law.
BJers.
I am the law. Yeah.
BJs.
So that's good. That's good to know. But I mean, yeah. So I don't want, again, I don't want it to really seem like I'm bagging on Pearl. I like Pearl. I've been on her show a couple of times. I've talked to her. She's been on my show. She has a call in, and so I really, I do like Pearl. I don't have anything personally against her. I just think this is an example of someone that uses rhetoric and very effectively versus a debater.
Right. Yeah, I think it was simply like a lesson learned for her. I don't mind shitting on Pearl. She's shit on me. Fuck her.
Has she really?
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. Why would Pearl shit on you?
I don't know. And I even, because she even pulled up one of my ex posts. Like, I think I commented on one of her things, and it wasn't a mean comment by any means, but she brought it up and talked about it, and she didn't say anything mean about me either in that moment. And so I just used the moment, and I was like, even though we've kind of shit on each other before, I used the moment. I'm like, oh, you know what? I'll say something nice and invite her over. So I said, hey, would you want to do a Throwdown Thursday? Here's what they are, because she was looking for debates. And then she agreed. She's like, yeah, sure. And I was like, all right, here's all I need. I need a topic and just pick a date. I've got this Thursday available, that Thursday, whatever you want. And then it was like, she's like, oh, give me like a week. I'm busy this week. Let me check back in later. I'm like, okay. So I check back in a week later because that's what I'm good at. And it was like, oh, she's like, what are we doing again? I'm like thinking to myself, like, it's literally the message above this, but whatever. So I explained it again. And then she, I forget what, she's like, oh, well, a Thursday's not good for me. And I was like, yeah, no problem. I can do it, a Monday or this, like, I'll flex for you. No big deal. And then all of a sudden she came back like, no, like I don't want to do this or something. And I'm like, oh, I don't know, it was weird. And then she said I was like hard to work with later, and I'm like, what the fuck is she talking about? Like, I don't know what her I don't know. I think she doesn't understand basic English. And like, I don't even know, I don't even fucking know. But I just thought it was weird. Like, she's asking for debate platforms. I provided it, and then she, I don't know, changed her mind all within a week, like all weird and shit. So I'm like, whatever. But before that, like, she's taken other shots at me on her ex and this and that or another. So whatever.
Yeah.
But I honestly think she's kind of, her show's gone downhill a lot, and I'm not one to talk, but, but her show, in terms of, uh, what she's doing, and she hit her claim to fame and then just went down. And I think she's trying to reach down to lower level people and taking advantage of that. And like what she did to Uncle Fatty, I thought was fucked up.
What'd you do to Uncle Fatty?
Like she wanted them to host panels. She really loves the black community, so they were the perfect breeding ground for whatever she wanted. And they were really kind to her. They extended themselves a lot, like even when
Oh, wait, hold on. Is Uncle Fatty
or not Uncle Fatty, Team Fatty.
Team Fat?
Team
Okay.
Fatty.
For
Yeah.
some reason, I only think of him as Fatty, not Uncle Fatty.
Uncle
Is
Fatty's
there-
the white guy. Team Fatty is the black guy.
Who's the Puerto Rican guy?
That's Team Fatty.
Or not Puerto Rican.
Yeah,
where-
yeah. Or whatever it is.
Yeah. Okay.
But like the first show she came on his panel, it was me, Andrew, Angry Man, Pearl, and a couple other people I don't remember. And she like came on from the gym. She was like walking the track, and she was tuning in from her cell phone. I thought that was disrespectful. Like, you agreed to the time, and I couldn't imagine. I mean, right now I'm on my phone because you invited me up, right?
Yeah,
If this was a planned event, I'd be behind the camera and ready to
Sure.
go. But I just thought that was rude from one content creator to another to be like walking the track. But then they had another panel, and that's when she was like, she was just stirring shit between all of the women. And then she was like telling Fatty to boot them, and then she was trying to.
Yeah, I don't get into that. That's like that's pretty ballsy.
Yeah, well, then she was trying to race bait the panel, and Fatty was like, this is not what we're talking about right now. This is what we're talking about right now. And Pearl's like, well, I thought this was supposed to be about this. And he's like, Pearl, everyone received the same topics, the same emails. And Fatty sends these emails very specifically. It has all of the talking points you're going to talk about. It's got the StreamYard link. It's got everything set up. He's very well organized, and much respect to him. So I'm like, there's no way she didn't know. Like, I know what he sends out before a show. And she was then she went over to her own show. She left. She's like, fine, I'm going to leave the panel. And then she started like belittling them and talking shit about them. And I'm like, dude, like, that's fucked up, because Fatty's nothing but respectful to everyone. I mean, if he's in a debate, it's a different story. But as a host, he's incredibly respectful. He'll do, if you need something, consider it done, but he's very respectful and accommodating to everyone. And I thought it was shitty for her to do that. So I think she's reaching down to other like smaller content creators trying to get content, but trying to, like, she even said like, well, I'm a million subscriber channel. Obviously I know what I'm doing and you don't. And he's like, dude, what the, like, why would you, like, this isn't Fatty's first panel. It's not his first show. He's been around the block a while, and he's very well connected to a lot of big names. Like, he knows what he's doing. Like, don't shit on him just because his channel's not hasn't blown up yet. I expect it will be. But I don't know. I just think she's reaching and like her content's just kind of drying up because nobody who wants to sit and listen to a woman bitch and gripe about women all the time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, even you're getting bored listening to me talk about Pearl.
No,
But I don't
I'm not
know.
bored.
I think she needs to find her identity and stop lying to herself and actually do real content that she actually gives a fuck about. Telling women they're fat, whores, ugly, dried up, and hit the wall. Like, it gets old after a while. Next topic.
No, I mean, yeah, Pearl's fine. I was actually watching chat, and there was there's this guy coming in claiming I'm Ice. I mean, honestly, if I was Ice, that would be cool.
you're
Like, I don't need another job, but
you're a roly poly. You could never be Ice.
I'm not roly poly anymore.
You're our roly poly, though.
Yeah.
You will always be our roly poly. We love our roly poly. At least I didn't make you the snowman, the fat
Yeah,
snowman.
Soy Pill tried that with me. Then Soy admitted on Gibbs' panel he took libtard money. He claimed his growth was organic. Yeah, that we all knew that was a lie. Literally, we all knew that was a lie.
Well, he had that one video I think he did on Matt Walsh, and it was actually a really well done edited video if you ever want to watch what that's like. But I think it had like over 1 million views, and that was like his big blow up moment, I think. And it was like a video vlog about the Matt I think it was Matt Walsh who does the like race baiting videos. The one who did what is a woman? Is that Matt Walsh? I'm pretty sure that's him. But yeah, I can see why Soy blew up and expanded really quickly based on that one. I mean, it was like a 20-30 minute video.
Well, I mean, I don't buy that, man. I mean, I saw the way he grew, and I don't know. Again, obviously it's easier, I think, as a leftist to grow because, you look at if you look at Connor, hanging around Destiny, even though he's not, I don't believe that he's a leftist. I think he is absolutely tied to Destiny so that he'll grow, but he's not growing as much because he's he's not a true leftist. And then when you look at Soy Pill, I don't know. Like, first of all, I can't bring myself to like Soy Pill. I know that Tyler said that he likes Soy Pill and they get along and they're buddies and all that. But
Soy Pill is, think about it. He's a good looking guy. He posts pictures of his workout shit, his little workout pics online. He's cocky. He's cocky, and he's intelligent too, right? And he doesn't take shit from anyone. I expect him to grow and continue growing. Like, he's every lefty's dream to have an actual good-looking guy that doesn't look like he eats Cheetos in a beanbag every night, representing their worldview. It makes perfect sense. He's still young too. He's not tied to anything. Like, he has nothing but time to produce growth right now. And he's reasonable to talk to if you're not like if you're not attacking him directly, he's pretty reasonable to talk to. He's a sweetheart. Like, I have no issues in terms of behind the scenes asking for debates or anything like that. I've had no issues with him. He's always respectful. He's always kind. You know, like I expect him to grow and continue to growing and be very large. And kudos to him because he's done a lot of work for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't. I guess you could say I just don't like the cut of his jib.
Yeah, I mean,
There's just something about him that has always been off-putting. I don't find his arguments. I guess mostly it's just his arguments, right?
mhm.
And I don't find his arguments to be compelling. He sits there smugly when he's wrong, and which is a great talent, by the way.
Mhm.
But he'll just sit there like super smugly and just be knowing that he's wrong or that he's not really telling the truth, and then he just does typical leftist debate shit, which, hey man, it works for him. He's grown far more than I have, not a big deal. So
Mhm. Yeah, I have no issues with it, but I'm also not debating him either.
yeah,
So
I just don't like
but
it.
from a like moderator or host perspective, like
Mhm.
he's been nothing but respectful.
Yeah. And I don't have any problem going on a panel with him. I don't have any problem debating him. I don't have, it's not like I avoid him in the space, but
Mhm.
we're not friends, and I
Right.
don't talk to him. I don't, if he's going to be on a panel, I'm not like, nah, man, you can't.
Mhm.
As a matter of fact, I can't think of anybody in this space right now. Cause I did say, I don't know if you know this, but I did say at the, right after the first of the year, somebody kind of called me out on being a little bit, maybe a little bit more judgmental than I should be or something. And I was like, you know what? You're right. I said, basically it's a new year. All is forgiven. I don't care who you are, what you've done, what you've said with some limits. There are still some people,
Mhm.
that have talked about my
Yes.
family or
Oh
said some
God.
really disgusting shit. That will never, you're just irredeemable. But if you've said something about me, if you said something about my work or whatever, bygones are bygones. I don't care, right?
Uh-huh.
I unbanned, I unbanned Are We Not Men? I think I've unbanned everyone that we have banned, except for Just Another Canadian,
Oh God.
Furious, and a couple of others who are literally absolutely, in
Nuts.
my opinion, just not redeemable. They've said horrible things about Andrew and myself and Glenn Lawrence, and other people that I respect in this space. And and while I'm forgiving, I'm not that forgiving. I'm a flawed human. And but everybody else, all you got to, you just come to me and say, hey, no big deal. I've done the same, the slate is clean. It's a new year, everything's good. It does sound reasonable for an unreasonable man. That is true. It sounds exceedingly reasonable. Although I don't intend it to be. And he did, Soy Pill did call Tim Hale a racist, which was very funny. So, but it's not it's like, I don't have a problem with Speakeasy. I don't really care. I don't have a problem with anybody except for the people I named. I even the, well, no, I can't. I mean, the Thorpes are still on the outs. They've said horrible things about Andrew. They've been trying to manipulate people over and over and over again, and I just don't trust them. So I can't get there. But pretty much everybody else.
Yeah, the Thorpes are. You should keep an arm's distance with them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's. I don't know. They've been making their way around our space. Am I echoing?
No, you sound okay.
Oh, okay. I was like hearing myself or something.
Mm-hmm. But again, you know, if somebody was to do something in the, you know, now, somebody published a hit piece about me, which I honestly don't even care about most of that shit. I don't understand why everybody gets all that pissed off about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't typically get pissed off about it unless they're directly lying about me. That's when I have the issue with that, because it's like, look, don't lie, talk shit, do that, but don't lie.
Mhm.
That's, to me, that's number
Yeah.
one, illegal, but you know, it's not. It's just, you don't have to do that. It's like, we all understand and have to work within this space, you know. Have fun with it, talk your shit, have, you know, make your money, whatever, that's fine, but don't cross the lines, because when people are willing to play fair with you, you know, everything's fun. But once you cross that line, it just becomes where it's like nobody wants to play in like your space anymore.
Yeah. I don't, is that triple A or
Looks like a
quad
bunch
eight
of
BB?
eights and then B's.
Never attack. I state my truth, never attack or speak names, simple philosophy. Well, I mean, I don't even know who you are. So, okay.
Yeah.
Are you important, or should I know you? Are you soy pill? Who are you?
We don't know.
Otherwise, I mean, thank you for the comment, I guess. Got to fly. You got to run. Okay.
How convenient.
How convenient.
It's probably Anson again.
The only issue I have is I don't wear the Indiana Jones hat. Well, I mean,
I do like the Indiana Jones hat on you. It's classy, and your little peanut hat too. I like that one as well.
The flat cap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the flat cap plays. The flat cap plays.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think that, you know, that's right. The only problem Clover Tack has with me is I pusses out of shop parties. I was tired, brother. I was tired.
I would not attend a shot party either. I avoid shots at all costs.
Yeah. Well, SHOT Show was awesome. I mean, it really was. I mean, I've been before, but going as media is like a totally different experience. It's really, really awesome. But yeah, that was something cool. I enjoyed that. So I don't, I don't know. You know, there's a lot of people out there that, that have a, I just think that there's a lot of people out there that just for whatever reason take things super, super personally. And I really try hard not to. Like, you really have to go the extra mile to piss me off. So.
Oh, I agree. I mean, shit, like, this isn't my first year, second year, third year doing this. Like, I mean, I started as just a panelist, and like, you know, I learned about all of the shitty things that people can do in this space pretty quickly. And, you know, I learned how to just toughen up the skin. And when you close the box and you close the camera and you walk out of that studio room, it is done, and you can't let it affect you unless it actually affects you in other ways. That's a whole nother story. But the personally, like, taking it, usually I can take a good beating, and I just, like, whatever. You know, I just don't. My rule was always like, I'm not gonna, like, I don't typically react to people talking about shit or talking shit about me. Like, I typically just, like, oh, they just want my attention, and I will starve them. So it's much more fun to just ignore them and not give them that what they want.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Well, it's a, you know, it's a real thing. You know, the Clover Tack hat is the best. I need to wear that more. Oh, BB says, I need not know.
You need not
that's
know. They want to remain a ghost forever.
Yeah,
They
that's
want
fine.
a little typing ghost floating around the chat.
I just tend not to take advice from people like that. But that's okay. All good.
Yeah, let me just take advice from somebody who's not even willing to tell us who the fuck they are in the chat. Sounds
Yeah.
like a great plan. Oh man, my favorite is when people come and tell me how to run my show, and I'm like, "Oh, who the fuck are you? Do you have a channel? Have you been doing this on your own? No. Oh, well, who the fuck are you?"
I mean, they may be able to help. I don't know. What do I know? I know I'm.
My point is, like, especially when they come into the comment section on a video, like, you should do
Yeah.
this and you need to do that. I'm like, who the fuck? Like, if I wanted to, if I wanted your opinion, I'd fucking give it to you because I don't give a fuck. Fuck off. Like,
That's pretty salty. That's pretty. That's pretty salty.
yeah. Well, I mean, but think about it. Like, if you're a viewer of a show, right, and you don't know them, like, if maybe one of my regular chatters and viewers who's been here for longer than a year and an avid supporter or whatever, and they message me and they say, "Hey, Sarah, I have some thoughts. Maybe we could X, Y, and Z." Like, I would take that into consideration. They've been here for a while, but when like randos come in the fucking comment section telling me what to do, I'm like, who the fuck who asked you? Who the fuck asked you? Thanks for stopping by, bro.
Yeah. You probably get that a lot more than I do.
Uh-huh.
I do get people who are like, it'll do you a lot of good if you
X, Y, and Z.
If I have this person on, I have this person on. So is Josie on? I didn't see Josie.
I saw her I think she was in the Josie. Yeah, she's in the chat. She's funny.
I like Joe. Hey, Josie, you should come up too before I jump off for the night.
Yeah, Josie, come on up. Come hang out. I won't bite, but Grid might.
Not Josie.
She bites back. That's funny. This is like a crack a beer kind of stream.
Well, Saturday night's usually like the chill stream night, but I did the chill stream last night, and I really started. I knew I was going to start this show with coming out hot with all of the Epstein stuff that the left was like gloating about how it was going to end Trump again, and then of course all it did was end Bill Gates. Like, that's how gross is it that he gets an STD and then he's slipping antibiotics to his wife secretly.
Ew,
so
really?
She doesn't figure it out. Yeah.
I didn't see this, but that's fucking sick.
That's gross, right? Shoot you a link. I got you. Message me on Discord and I'll shoot you the link. I got the
She
link.
said, "Give me 10 minutes." Are you going to be around in 10 minutes?
Well, she's like, shoot me the link. So I'm like,
yeah, come on, Josie.
Just responding. I am just responding.
Yeah, because you shut down by.
I'm normally already shut down. I normally shut down an hour ago.
Oh, did you enjoy talking to me, Grid? Did I keep you company?
I've been going long on the weekends. I was out. I mean, I was
said.
on till like 2 last week.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
that's late for you.
I know. My wife was like, "What in the hell?" I'm like, "Well,
was it good?"
Yeah, the next morning was.
Shots fired. Damn. That's fucking hilarious. Hurry up, Josie. You got 4 minutes.
Yeah. Did I show you? Have you seen the? Let me see if I got it. I may not have it on this computer, but I have. My wife had pictures taken in when she was in China a few weeks ago,
Oh,
And
really?
they and she went, so she did this really she had her picture taken in this really cool old hotel where they filmed some Korean movie that she and like all of China absolutely loves.
Mm-hmm.
And so so she just had to have her like professional pictures taken.
Oh.
And I guess they took like 200 or more pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I'll throw one up. Maybe I will. There we go. Got it.
Clovertack's still butthurt about the shop party.
He is. Well, he was like, so the thing is that what I realized is Clovertack has lost all his wingman,
Aww.
because like the guys he normally hangs out with, they're working the show, they're, you know, they're doing a bunch of stuff. And I realized that, you know, like most of us dudes, we like to have people we want to hang out with, right? Now, you,
Mm-hmm.
of course, you've met my wife, so
Mm-hmm.
you
She's
you
a
know,
very lovely.
she, and you know, and again, we both slimmed down this year. She didn't, you know, obviously did not need to lose as much weight as I did.
Yeah, I
But
was gonna say what like, oh, this is pretty.
yeah, it's a really good picture. Yeah,
God, she is so beautiful.
yeah,
And she looks like, when I met her, she's the kind of woman that I would not fuck with. She would tear you a new asshole with just looking at her wrong. But outside of that, like, she's also very lovely too. She's like the one
yeah.
that, like, she's really sweet and very like
It's funny you say that. I the other night, you know, I always listen to these. I listen to a lot of red pill people who come on the show, or I go on there, you know, I go on a show and they're there, and they were talking about patriarchy and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, you know, and one of the things, one of the big problems I have with a lot of the patriarchal mindset is this idea that women should submit to men, which is absolutely correct, but only their men,
mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
So, like, my wife only submits to me. The rest of you fuckers, she'll fuck up. I
Yes.
promise you. Like, she is a
Mhm.
hard person to work for, you know, in her career and all that. But with me, it, you know, obviously it's different, right? And so and I don't know that I would ever want it any other way, right? I
Well,
don't.
right. Because pardon me, hold on.
Yeah.
Had like
So
a random cough come up. But I like think about it. If she is, you know, I mean, even in even in on YouTube, like, these
mhm,
men expect women to just shut up and listen, and it's like, then why am I here?
mhm,
Right? And you're not my husband, you're not my
right,
father, and you're not my brother. Who the fuck are you? I don't
right.
know you. I don't respect you, except for you,
Mhm.
Grid. You're one of the few. But like, I don't know you. I don't respect you. Why the hell would I shut up and listen to a strange man on the internet? And like, this is how you get pulled into like cults and crazy shit if you just listen to a strange dude on the internet and not check in with your dad on it. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah. I think I think there's some nuance to that. But here's another picture of my wife.
Nice.
So,
Nice.
you know, um,
Yeah, she's not one to be fucked with.
but
She is
so there's some
not one to be
nuance to
fucked
that, right? Like, I don't, um, and this is I think a lot of this is culture issues, right? Like, in America, we have women who are outspoken, and they're very comfortable being that way. And those women, I don't actually get along with that well. I can deal with them, but I don't get along with
with.
them that well. And
Well,
then,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
and then, but there's I guess because I don't think that they understand the time when to be outspoken, when not to be
Yes.
outspoken, and
Yes.
they're just there's and so that's where I think a lot of the feminism and that sort of thing comes out, right? And it's
Mm-hmm.
kind of like that. It's kind of like that. You know, there's a meme about, you know, how, you know, woman's like just starts talking over men, and the men are like, quiet, woman, men are speaking, and she gets all butthurt about it. But but the fact is that she was talking over them to begin with, right?
Yeah,
And
but they
so,
talk over them all the time. Like on a panel. You know what I mean? It
well,
depends on the
this was not in
situation.
the aspect of a panel, but sure.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, it has to go both ways too, right?
Women
If
are should
she's
be polite. I think that's
everyone should be
yeah.
polite. Everyone should be allowing other people to talk, and everybody should be, listening and
Mhm.
responding and allowing the same to go both ways. But you see the Myrons and so on and so forth. They're just like, shut up, like you're just a fucking. It's like, then why do you have them on your show, right? But I don't think. I think if it's somebody in my family and friends group, or people that I know, trust, and respect, I'm going to be respectful because I care about that, right? But if it's some dude on the fucking internet telling me to shut the fuck up, you suck a
Mhm.
dick, bro. I ain't gonna sit there and take that. Josie, hello.
She might be fixing her mic.
Oh.
Silver Ogre, what background image did I leave up? I didn't see anything. I didn't think I left the background. Oh, the
Oh, I think you had
DJ.
a red one thing or something. Oh no, it's the same one, isn't
Yeah, the DJ, the not today DJ. That's the background.
it?
So, I mean, I think that I think that most people should be polite with each other.
Mhm.
I think that unfortunately, what we have is we have a lot of people who just basically talk to hear themselves talk and do not actually listen to anyone.
Mhm.
And so, um, it's unfortunately, that's just the way it is.
Yeah. No, I agree. And I think that's just a product of the space. But when you're out in the real world, I don't think it's as often that you run into those issues, or at least not on my end. I mean, I
Mm.
feel like I know normal people who talk like normal people, who have
Mhm.
conversations like normal people, and don't get crazy. When you run into the
Mhm.
crazies, it's like some random person that's mad at that you got this parking spot or some shit, and it's like, bro, I know you had a bad day, but what's up? Um, but yeah, I mean, normal people don't talk like this. Normal people don't go men versus women. Like literally, this is not normal day problems. Normal day people, like normal men, don't. When I was on the dating market, they weren't telling me like you need to be
Mhm.
submissive to me. Like that is fucking. That would be wild if a dude actually said that kind of shit to me. That would be
Mm.
wild. Like first date telling me to be submissive or something, like I don't
Mm.
even like, you know what I mean? Like my response to that would immediately be like, I don't even know you.
Well, and okay, that's a fair point, and I think that what we've really lack, and I mean this is like a ridiculous amount of there's a ridiculous amount of rhetoric around this, and
Hmm.
room for um, room for interpretation, but the reality is, I think that we have um, a how do I say this? We've gotten out of the habit of courting,
Hmm.
right? Like we don't people don't court each other anymore. They start dating, and most people's definition of dating is fucking, and then they go from fucking to marriage, and they don't court each other. They don't have that period of, hey, we're just kind of getting to know each other, and
Hmm.
then the the assumption of roles, right?
Hmm.
Where hey, I'm the man, you're the woman, this is the way it's going to be. um and you don't have that anymore, and I think is I think it's rough. I mean, I'll be honest
Yeah.
with
Well,
you.
not only that,
Like I said,
I don't
go ahead.
think people date with actual intentions either. I
True.
think they're dating just to like when somebody says, "Oh, I'm just casually dating," it's like, "Well, then why are you dating?"
Hmm.
If
Yeah.
you have no intentions of actually getting married, don't date, because
Hmm.
if you're not ready for a relationship, why the fuck are you dating anyone? then it's either just to have sex or just to get free meals. Like pick one, you know. And I think that if we removed casual from the dating market altogether, people would actually have better results for dating. They would actually have intentions. They would actually get somewhere with it. They would be more upfront with their intentions and what they're doing and what they want. And you wouldn't have a bunch of casual sex running around, and you wouldn't have people getting their feelings hurt, and you just wouldn't have these things. But
Yeah.
like, why are you dating if you don't want to that just doesn't make any sense to me. That's why I completely removed myself from the dating market, because I'm like, I already know I don't have the capacity for somebody else's feelings or relationship or any of that. Like, I don't have the space for it in my head and in my time, so I should not be dating, right? Because I know I cannot give them what they deserve. Yep.
I mean, that's fair. I guess. Josie, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
I can't hear Josie.
I can hear her. She's just really low.
Oh, that's weird. Hold on.
Yeah, your mic is like, your volume's like super low.
Let me check. I'll put on the other AirPod. So weird.
Speak into the microphone.
Let's try that.
Nope, still very low.
Still low. That's so weird. Okay. Hold on.
She is very quiet, which is unusual for Josie. Josie's very loud.
You might actually enjoy it. You might want to leave it like that.
Oh, we're getting
there we
closer.
go.
Getting closer. Make sure the right mic is selected.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, it'll just select a random mic, and you're actually trying to talk through your computer.
It's an AirPod. Like it should be.
What's up, Johnny Dollar? Good to see you, my man.
Oh, if you're on earbuds, hit the mic and make sure it actually has earbuds selected, because it might be pulling from your phone then.
Oh yeah,
No, it is,
mine
it
does
is.
that.
Let me see.
And the last update that I
Yes.
had for my earbuds, it won't when I go to when I try and, especially when I try and use StreamYard, it just I cannot get my earbuds to work where the mic works. So that's terrible.
Annoying.
Do you have the StreamYard app on your phone?
I do not. Maybe that's what I
Dog
need.
Yeah.
anyways.
Download the StreamYard app and it works a little better.
Yeah,
I
it's
just
still
try
dog
not
shit.
to use StreamYard too much since they tripled their prices.
Yeah.
That's an annoyance.
It is.
I like it because it's very plug and play and easy for people to dual stream off of. Like, I can't dual stream off of yours. I would have to make my own stream to be able to pull yours.
Yeah.
So if it was more of a collaboration and that, to see both chats and all that, and it won't, but I like the plug and play. It's easy and it's simple on my end for StreamYard.
Yeah.
And having all those seats
Is
is
that better
helpful.
now?
I think so, maybe.
I can't hear you, but I almost heard you.
I left my other AirPod downstairs. Hold on.
Yeah, it's definitely the microphone is wrong. Because you're it's all working. It's just either you got the microphone in your shoe or something else. Are We Not Men received a gifted membership from Mana DC2 YV. DC2 is a cool Honda, for anybody that doesn't know. When in doubt, frag out. That is correct. That is correct.
What's
Marine
frag out?
Handbook. Did you know? Did Sarah? I know that you were in the Air Force, but did you know that the Marine Combat Handbook, like basically the literal technique that they advise for you to use is just throw grenades.
Nice.
Just use grenades. If in doubt, frag out.
Oh,
It's literally the policy. I mean, you read the combat handbook's like it's very thin. It's not a lot of pages. And it basically says if you need to go through a door, throw grenades. If you need to go upstairs, throw grenades.
I like it.
Yeah, just grenades.
I
So
like it, man. Devil dogs, man. You don't mess with them. Those are
How's
some.
this now?
that's better. You're on the right track.
Okay.
Um, yeah. So my buddy Brian Nelson, who was on here a couple of weeks ago, his day job is enhancing the lethality of Marines.
Nice.
When you think about how scary those words altogether are, like they're already
Marines?
the Marines are already like the most lethal
Yeah.
soldiers on the planet, and he's
Mhm.
making them more lethal. That's his job. His job is to make them more.
Fucking Force Recon
That's
comes
what
in
it's
like
for.
full abusive mode.
Yeah.
There is no ask questions.
Right. Yeah. All right, Josie, let's hear it.
Okay. How is that?
Yay! Oh my
Hey,
That's
god,
good?
so much better.
you can yeah, it's,
Okay,
it's
good.
much better. How
Okay,
are you,
good, good.
Josie?
Good. How about you guys?
I'm busy, very busy.
Same here, same here. I haven't been
Mhm.
streaming much, but it's like there's just always something that breaks that needs to be fixed and everything. It's
Mm,
like, oh,
hmm
always.
Yeah.
And
You
it's
know, I
like,
feel like being a streamer was supposed to like open up your schedule and make things like because you're
Well, if
on
you
your own
hire people,
time,
that's possible.
and
yeah,
it's
but
like,
you spend like your own time, you spend it into like a tiny, like box sized area in front of a camera, talking to like a bunch of dumbasses for like X amount of hours, not even knowing how much you're going to be making.
uh-huh. But then
It's
all of
like
the
you're your
back,
own boss, but
but then all of the back work you do. I feel like that's all I do all day is back work.
yeah, the back end is, yeah, it's, I'm pretty good at it, but it's pretty time consuming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like I got back end dialed in, like, but it took me years.
I actually I would, I've tried to hire a couple of different clips people, and I like Emmett was doing clips for me for a while, but he's too busy, and he hasn't been able to do them lately. So, but he was doing really good.
I
And
told you to hire Brett.
who?
I told you to hire Brett, the guy that does. He's the homie. He does the clips for Myron. Man, Myron moved him to Miami, literally.
No, I mean you may have thought you told me, but you did not tell me.
I did not. Shit. I really
Yeah,
thought I did.
shit. Yeah, let me throw me some info.
I mean,
And
he's not cheap. He's not cheap. Let me tell you, but he's probably one of the best.
yeah. So, I'm doing all my own video editing for the firearms channel, and which is not hard right now because there's really not a lot of content to be generated because it's fucking frozen outside, and there's like I'm not videoing anything, right? So that's pretty easy. But but coming up, I'm going to have so like for when I'm at the range, I have a drone, I have a camera on my hat, I have a camera on the gun. I'm probably going to have somebody with a camera or a camera mounted on a tripod to get a wide angle. So that'll be like a lot of footage to cut and blend in together into like a 30-minute.
You can get a DJI drones. They
I
have a
have a
follow
DJ.
me
That's
mode.
exactly what I have on the way.
Wow.
Yeah. I have, so
Yeah, that's
Josie,
cool.
I now have a Black Magic, what they call a pocket cam, which is not a pocket cam. It's a studio camera. And then right here, I have another Black Magic micro studio cam for the down angle shots on my desk when I'm working with guns. I have 3 of the Lumix G100s that I use for my regular, like the camera I'm on now. I have 3 of those. I've got 5 mics. I have 2 sets.
I have a
lavalier
GoPro
mics.
Hero 4.
Huh?
I have a GoPro Hero 4.
Yeah, I have I
Go
gave
fuck
my son the
yourself,
Hero.
respectfully.
I've got a DJI Osmo 3 or whatever it is, but it's the hat cam. Gave my son the Hero 10 that I had, or 10 or 12 or whatever the fuck it was, the black one. And I gave it to him because I wasn't using it. It's too heavy for really what I'm doing. But yeah, and CloverTac is the one that told me to get the DJI drone.
My PC is still open because the graphics card doesn't even fit in it.
That's crazy.
I have a GoPro Hero 4.
Yeah,
that's it.
I guess the point is I've really ramped up the equipment list.
But that's good. Good for you. Good for you. It's just that, like, I mean,
I've got
Jews be Jews, I guess.
I have no idea how many lenses I have now.
I'm fucking allergic to spending money.
Mm-hmm.
I just hate spending money so much.
I know. You're French, Canadian. You're
I'm Jewish. Like, what the heck?
The expression used to be tighter than Dick's hat band, but you're even
Jewish. So I mean, the combination's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. My daughter loves spending my money for me.
Yeah.
I hate spending my men's money too. I just dislike spending. It's like, I don't know. I don't like it. It's like buying more stuff. So you got more stuff, but in 3 months you gotta buy the new stuff because your new stuff is now old stuff. And it's like it's like you buy something and it's like not cool anymore, like 2 months later. Like, what the heck?
I got to be honest. The Insta360 Go was my first choice, but then I looked at the battery life and some other things, and I went with the DJI just because there's a couple bucks more. But for what I do and the matches I shoot, the Insta was the.
Yeah, I know the Insta is popular amongst lists, but you know that DJI, you know that the IDF actually uses DJI, right? So I mean, I guess you made the right choice.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, with Palantir, they provide like the drones for Lavender and everything. DJI makes their drones and their camera detection.
Yeah,
it's DJI that makes them. I guess to shooting stuff. I guess you picked the right.
So what else have you been doing, Josie? Have you been causing any hate and discontent on the internet lately?
Yeah, a lot.
Honesty, it's best policy.
Yes, indeed. And I'm sticking by it, and loyalty, I would say. Consistency is another one. Because then you may just make people look stupid when they tell you, how can you associate with somebody that plays HH Yay song into a club in Miami Beach? And I'm just like, don't look at me like I was there. I wasn't there. And I'm like, and even that, like, dude, there's way worse songs that I've played in those clubs. Nobody gives a crap, first of all. And second, it's like everybody is unhinged on the internet. Whatever they say, whatever they do. Really, what matters
I mean, considering there is a famous song called Wet Ass Pussy, like, it's no time to be a morality police now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not really like pro that song, the HH song, but at the same time, I'm like, you can't be mad at somebody making a song that seems immoral when y'all are over here like talking about your pussies. Like, shut up.
Yep. A lot of music producers that have no problem with that WAP song. Well, you know what their last names might be.
Oh,
so,
Josie, did you know that I went on whatever?
Yeah, I know. I was like, I was rooting for you in the chat.
Yeah.
Remember?
I need to. I don't know. I've talked to Brian about going back out and doing a full episode, but I don't know.
The thing with Brian is that he's like, the difference between Myron and Brian, okay, is that Myron, if you've got a chick that can actually cook the other chick on the panel, he's just gonna sit back, relax, and let the person do the work because he's like, oh, nice, I get a night off, right? Brian is like the main character. He's the one that gets like the hero role of the clip farming operation. Like he's the
Mhm.
one that cooks the chicks, or Andrew if he's there, you know. But it's like if it's not in his agenda that somebody else is there cooking, it's like it's just that Matt is not mathing to him almost. It's not that he does it that it's like he wants to be the main character. It's just not mathing in his equation.
Yeah.
Almost.
What because I don't watch Fresh and Fit. I told you it's just tough to get through an episode for me.
The chicks are insufferable. Myron would probably agree with you, anyways. Like,
Is it still Fresh and Fit, or has he changed the format? Or
no, yeah, Expression Fit After Hours. Still, they're still in a way. They're still doing the thing. They have like their Money Mondays. He has his own stream. That's the debrief. It's almost daily. Anytime. Sometimes very late night. Fresh has his own podcast with Gary, which is actually very entertaining. Because
okay.
I know that Andrew and Gary had like beef, but you know I'm really really cool with Gary, so it's just like I just wish they would get along, you know.
Gary talks a lot of shit, man. His Twitter feed is like
Yes,
just shit
yes,
talking central. I get a kick out of it personally, but
but hey, that guy will never lie to you. Ever. That guy is not on the bullshit. Like he's just like he said it like it is. He does not give a fuck. Quite frankly, I kind of appreciate that. It saves me a lot of time.
fair
It's
enough.
just like it's like he's your best friend or your worst enemy. There's no in between.
Gary the numbers guy is schizo.
No, he's not schizo. When he says he's gonna send people to your house, he's dead ass, and it's gonna happen. Don't try him. Do not try him.
That's funny. Great, I'm gonna
He's
hop
away.
off. It's time for me to go to bed.
Yeah, I'm not too far from it. Well, maybe I'll talk to Myron one day. I've never talked to Myron. I've talked to Brian a few times. I've never talked to Myron.
Bye, Josie.
Cool.
Bye, good.
Take care.
Bye bye.
I like Myron because we're pretty like I guess well value wise like we're pretty similar in that way. Just being like straightforward and I kind of know my place, so you know there's no problem there. But it's like we're kind of just focused on whatever there is going on. It's like it's the flow. Like it has to be straight to the point, no sugarcoating. What's the goal? Let's get it done. That's it. You know, I'm pretty cool with that, and it's like, you know, showing appreciation is like really all I ask for in return. So for me, it's like yeah, that's cool. Like,
Yeah,
but yeah, no,
well,
he's cool.
I've got to when you have time, I've got to get the because I think you set up some accounts or something for my show to go to iTunes and Spotify or something, and
Yep.
I need to get with you about that so that I can, because with the new show that's going to be where I think a lot of the content's going to do the most good is in voice format. So
Yeah, here's the thing about that. We can like I got you on Spotify and everything. The thing is that there's no like you don't get paid if it's on Apple Podcast or anything. So that's why it's like at some point I gave you the email because it's like I got you set up. I was like, okay, like you know, upload it if you want to. If you don't want to upload it, don't upload it because it's like it's gonna take some views away from the monetized views on other platforms, right?
Yeah. So when talking to Clovertack with the Firearms podcast, he seems to get a lot more good out of going to the voice format. So he does both of them, voice and video, because you know people will listen at work and whatnot. So
revenue wise,
sorry.
You have to like ask him if it does well revenue in terms
Well, a
of
lot of the revenue
or
comes.
just in
It's a different revenue stream than YouTube type.
So it's not pay per play.
No. Well, I mean, we can talk about that, but yeah.
Because I mean, if all it matters is like the views that you get, and it's like some kind of like third party, then yeah, definitely
Mhm.
that would work.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not really about the views. It, you know.
yeah,
but-
I think I see where you're going with this.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
what?
I noticed that too. The quality of the listeners are higher when it's audio only. It's almost like because you don't have time to like sit around and watch stuff, like you do stuff at the same time.
Mm,
It's
yeah.
kind of funny. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Oh, nothing. I'll when you have time at some point. I know you're busy and I'm busy, but at some point we need to talk about it. And like I said, I'd probably, yeah, I just need to get some of that stuff sorted out and understand how to make the transfer between Spotify and iTunes and all of that. See how that works.
Oh yeah, no, it's not that difficult. Like I mean, I gave you the email. You just have to like log in. But I'll
was
dig in
like
my stuff and resend it to you.
very long time ago. I don't remember even where I had it. So,
But I'll resend it.
yeah, I'm
Don't
glad
worry
you're
about
doing
it.
well though. You know,
Been okay.
I never get to. I saw that you were live or something a few days ago, and then
Yesterday I did go live. I think I had like 2 viewers because like I haven't been consistent at all. So
yeah.
they just literally I don't give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's like it's like, oh, can I get at least 6 people to chill with? At least 6 people to chill with. Come on. I think it's not like,
Yeah.
I got demonetized too because
Did you really?
they're fucking gay.
You got demonetized?
Yeah, it's like I can reapply for it soon, but because I stopped streaming because I got pissed off, I got demonetized. Like now I got like my watch hours, I'm like 100 hours down. So of the 4,000 watch hours,
Wow. Okay.
I can't even be petty in peace.
I don't know I don't even know what's going on in the chat right now, but
I'm just responding to Silver. Probably not start stuff.
yeah, Silvar Ogre is a cool dude. He's he's originally part of Fabian Liberty's audience, and he likes to hang out with us over here. So
You should tune into Myron's live stream during the daytime. I think he would. I think you would get a good laugh out of it. I hooked up a few people on it. They're like, yeah, Josie, you were right. That shit's hilarious." Like I know. You can see all the cool cartoons I made too for the animations for anything like people donate and stuff.
Yeah, I got a lot of work I need to do for the gun channel because it's a lot of it is going to be in production value. So I got to learn some new skills and stuff. So
Yeah.
So
I mean, I'm sure that there's probably like local guys that like you could probably like team up with. Like a lot of these guys are like vets and everything. Like, they got hobbies and stuff. A lot of them is like in videography. Like maybe you could like link up with them. 'Cause sometimes having somebody just hold the camera so you don't have to do everything by yourself or learn everything by yourself, that goes a long way.
Well, it's about time for me to go to bed. Actually, it's past time for me to go to bed, but
Yeah, it's way past your bedtime, sir.
I know. Well, I was having a good conversation. I haven't had Sarah on for a while. There'd been the whole war with
What happened?
So Sarah and Rob had kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Flow State kind of fed into it. And then it kind of took on its own life. And then it was, and then Andrew got involved because, he's Rob's buddy, right? And Rob works for him.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, it works for
Rob
us.
works for Andrew, and so, and at the time, Sarah was doing contract work for Andrew, or she. I'm not really sure what the arrangement was. I'm not going to speak on it, but they were working together to some degree, and it just
He
got
was
out of
working with
hand.
a woman.
Right. And it
Andrew
kind of
working with
got
a
out of
woman?
hand. And I understand why Andrew did what he did. And I understand why I understand. I mean, look, it's very apparent that, he did what he did, and it was intended to have a reaction and, all that stuff. Right. I think it could have all been put to bed like pretty easily. They just got beef, just don't talk to each other anymore or whatever. And then that's been going on since like before Thanksgiving,
Debate con.
before debate con.
Oh, that is still on that.
It was, it's what happened before debate con. And so,
Oh my God.
and then Sarah, honestly, Sarah and Flow State kind of fed into it. Flow State's really fed into it, and really,
it's
really
Flow State. It's like, what do you expect?
Right. And look,
Like,
I don't.
we can't even get mad
for
about it.
Yeah.
Like, it's Flow.
I don't
fuck?
look. Flow State. I don't agree with what he's doing. I think that I think that he could be I think he could be much more adult about it. Andrew
I think
really
he doesn't
hasn't.
even agree with himself with what he's doing, but he just does anyways because fuck it. That's Flow's attitude.
But
it's
but
honest.
for him, it's content. It's content, right? It's like it's content, and he, Flo is all about content. Flo's never ever denied the fact that he is a drama stream, that he will. I mean, he'll tell you that everybody's a drama stream, but whatever. And
he's honest. Like, I can work with that. Like, if somebody is honest, I respect
he's honest
that.
about I disagree with what he's doing. I think he's going too far. I think but again, I can look at it and understand. I can look at it and see that what he's doing because it gets clicks and it makes him
nobody
money.
can get mad at him because he's so like.
I can kind of be mad at him about it because I think at this point it's stupid, right? Like I think
but it's chill. Like,
Rob doesn't talk about it.
Hustle.
Rob doesn't talk about it beyond the odd quip here and there. Andrew doesn't talk about them other than the odd quip or here or there. Flow State's still doing like stuff to try and in my opinion, Flow State's still doing things to try and antagonize Andrew and Rob and get them to interact with him so that he creates more content. That's what I think. Now I could be wrong about that, and Flow State's free to tell me that I'm wrong, and if he says, "Yep, nope, you're wrong about it," I'll be like, "Okay, sure, fine, whatever." But I think that, and Andrew and Rob both have just kind of let it go. Sarah, I personally think, had a great opportunity to just kind of say, "Guys, I'm sorry. I fucked up."
Yeah, she should have just apologized. Like, what is she doing?
I'm sorry, I fucked up. I got, I got caught up in the excitement and the drama or whatever, and whatever. She had a perfect chance to do that. She chose not to do that. She's an adult. She can do that. That's totally fine. No judgment one way or the other. That's her decision to make. And so whether and she admitted this tonight, whether she likes it or not, she is wrapped up and tied to Flow State. So as long as Flow State's going to keep sniping at Andrew and Rob and Marte and anybody else associated with the Crucible, as long as that happens, she's not going to be there's going to be that tension. Mm-hmm. I haven't watched Andrew on Joe Rogan.
Me neither. I wanted to react to it.
I need to. I've been so busy. I haven't. That's actually something I catch up on, watching streams and stuff on Sundays and Tuesdays when I don't stream. But I mean, personally, I don't have anything against Sarah. Sarah came to me and she called me a 2-hour call about it. She didn't like the comment I made about she didn't make the comment I made about her having been accused of being a stripper or whatever. That's fair. Whatever.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, look, you know, I can be wrong about things. She didn't like that comment. She demodded me on her channel, which I okay, that's fine. I just made a simple comment that it was that, oh, I'm demodded. She's like, yeah, you know, if you're gonna talk shit about me, I'm gonna demod you. I'm like, yeah, fine, fair.
Yeah,
Fine,
that's
totally
kind of fair. Yeah.
fair. I don't care. But I can still have a conversation with her. I just don't. I don't have. And look, the beginning of the year, because I had so many people that towards the end of the year that were just pissing me off and fighting and arguing and sniping and all of that garbage. And you know, I have beef with Speakeasy. I have beef with Are We Not Men. I had beef with all these people that I don't even give a shit about. So I literally said, I think it was the first week, you know, maybe the third or fourth. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm done with it. If I have beef with you, consider it squashed. Just, you know, if I have you banned or something, come to me and talk to me about it. I unbanned Are We Not Men. He's in the chat right now. I don't have anything, you know, Speakeasy. You know, I still have issues with him with some of the things he does, but, you know, we're cool as far as I'm concerned. You know, basically everybody except for Jack, Just Another Canadian, Imperious, and like two other people who made really fucked up comments about me or Andrew or Rob or Glenn Lawrence, you know, people that are members of my they're members of
Speakeasy
my
didn't make
clique.
fucked up comments about
Yeah, if you make
Glenn.
fucked up comments about somebody's family, their kids, or
That's kind of
yeah,
what Speakeasy did, and nobody really
I'm
seems to give a fuck,
I'm
which I
going
find kind of
to
weird. But
yeah, I just don't I'm just not gonna deal with you, right? And Jack especially, man, some of the shit he said about me and Andrew and Glenn, I rarely resort to physical violence, but I would beat his ass if we were ever to meet.
yeah, I don't catch a case. I don't catch a case for losers. It's ghetto. That's what black women do.
Yeah,
Don't do that.
you can't say the fucked up shit he said and walk free. You can't do it.
Wait, was that? What's that?
Just Another Canadian basically called me, Glenn Lawrence, and Andrew pedos, and he made a lot of very nasty comments in DMs about how we were. I mean, he just said some really grotesque shit.
I know. I know. We had like, are we not men that decided to go talk to Andrew, saying that I was like talking shit about Andrew when it was me talking shit about Andrew Mayer, rightfully so.
Yeah.
And I was like, and Andrew was just like, well, I thought we were buddies, but apparently that you were talking shit. I'm like, can you find the clip? And all the guys were trying to find the clip. Nobody could find the clip. And I'm like, oh well, that must have been your sim. Like, so we're good. Like, I'm like, dude, if I have a problem with you, like, you know, I'm way more like I wouldn't like talk shit on stream and like, you know, not come to you
Well,
and
I
like
mean,
confront you about it. I'm pretty straightforward with that shit, as you know.
yeah, I mean, Are We Not Men is out there, so you guys could DM or something over on Discord,
Good.
and
I've got no time for. I'm good.
or just just consider it behind you, right?
Okay, it's fine.
But so it's first of the year, I was like, you know what, I don't have anything against Sarah, I don't have anything against Flow State. I really don't have anything against anybody out there right now, like other than the people I named. we're all cool, man. You know, I look, it's the fucking internet. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, the only person I genuinely have a problem with, it turns out that she's like part of some like 764 group. So rightfully so. I never really had like the strong desire of like the rage I was feeling rage because it was like on an X space, right?
Yeah.
And
Are
because
we
it
not,
was
man?
audio only.
I think it's all good, man. I wouldn't worry about it.
Don't worry about it, Ariana, man. We're good. We're good. We're good. I don't give a fuck. It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't hold grudges.
I do.
Like,
sometimes.
a little bit, yeah.
But only
you
about
know.
very specific things. Talking about my family, talking about other people's families, and calling them pedo and shit like that. That sticks with me. Marte,
calling
welcome
me-
back, man.
Calling people pedos is just gay. Respectfully.
But yeah, so you know, I don't have a problem with Sarah. I had a problem with what Sarah did, and I really didn't like that she made me Santa Claus in the in her Christmas deal. Which, you know, I just didn't like that. I mean, I'm sure she probably meant it as like some.
Okay, but grid respectfully,
Wonderful.
like I'm gonna be honest, like come on, like that's petty shit.
Sorry?
Come on. That's kind of petty shit. Like, come on.
It is kind of petty shit. I didn't like it, but it's
Yeah.
okay.
She made you
and,
sit there if you can't get the fuck over it. Sorry. Like,
I didn't say I
don't know
wasn't
how else to
over it.
tell
I said
you.
I didn't like it. I said the only thing that I had against her really was that, right? And I just didn't like it. So, and she
Who
always
says it wants
I
to
don't know.
fix me? Somebody
think
wants
that-
to
I
fix
think that
me.
Sarah,
Sir,
for
my
some
mom has
reason-
tried to fix me for 20-something years. You will not
Nobody's
succeed,
trying to
my dear.
fix. No, nobody's trying to fix anybody. But so, you know, I don't know. I can't. I don't know. Anyway, but you know, I mean, there were all kinds of. You know, go
I
ahead.
know that was like something that is like that she wanted like so the money for the debate con, and that like Andrew said like I'll give you the money this amount but never talk to me again or something, and she
What's
kind of
that?
had a chance like she oh, you didn't see that, okay. There was like she was supposed to be paid to do something for him for the debate con, right? And
Yeah,
she
yeah. I
decided to,
mean,
like,
she got
yeah.
paid. Yeah, she got paid.
Yeah, she got paid, but Andrew said, okay, I'll give you the money. But if I give you the money that I promised you, you have to promise me that you will never talk to me again.
It's a
ever.
lot. It's a little bit longer story, but sure.
Yeah. But it's in a nutshell. Let's just say
Yeah.
she just decided to take the money and say goodbye. And I don't know if I was her, I would have just apologized, you know. But
Well, I think I guess my point is that of the 4 people involved in that drama, well, there were 5, but let's just stick with 4 right now. So you have Sarah, Rob, Andrew, Flow State, and to a lesser degree, Trippy. Rob seems to have moved on, doesn't talk about it, doesn't really give a shit. He'll make a snide comment here or there, whatever, but who cares? We all make snide comments.
I made an anime for him, the panel verse. I don't know if you saw it.
Oh, nice. And then, you know, Andrew's moved on. He's too busy. He doesn't have time. And Sarah seems to have moved on. She just wants to kind of just like, yeah, whatever. Flow State is still doing the content, which is it's just kind of old and tired. And I'm like, why the fuck are you still doing
But
this?
it's so
It is
Flow
what it is,
State.
right?
It's so Flow State.
Huh?
It's so Flow State.
It is Flow
like,
State. It's exactly
it's so
like
Flow
I'm not
State.
surprised at all. Like I mean, and I don't think anybody else is. I don't think Andrew really gives a shit anymore. As long as it kind of stays at this level, it's probably like off his radar. I don't know that I think Rob is at the point, and I'm not going to speak for Rob, but I think Rob's kind of at the point where it's like it's just laughable that Flow State's continuing.
Drama farming max.
Yeah, it's drama farming max, and it's old drama farming, right? Like it's 3-month-old drama farming. Who gives a shit?
And
So,
he ascended.
ankle biting. Yes, Silver Ogre's right. It's it's ankle biting, right? And but again, I do think that, you know, and look, I think Flow State is constantly trying to pull Andrew and or Rob back into the drama to feed the machine, right? It
Oh,
is
he
child.
constantly
Yeah, you're
tries to
right.
bring
It is
everybody into
childish,
drama.
Marte. It is 100% childish. But again, I don't have any, you know, that's because Flow State's doing that, I'm not going to hold that against Sarah or Andrew or Rob, right? Because none of them are doing it, right? And you know, I don't know. I think that and I don't really even have a problem with Flow State. Flow State was on the other night for a little while. Marte was up talking to him. It's not a big deal. While I am not Switzerland, I'm not going. Nobody is going to make me a. Yeah, I get it. That's fine. Are we not men? I'm not Switzerland, but you know, I am who I am, and I've made it very clear that Andrew and Rob have not made me pick sides. And if anybody else tries to make me pick sides, it will always be Andrew. 100%. Because I, you know, it's just the way it is.
Yeah, I'm just like, if you make me pick sides, I'm like, I'm not picking sides. Fuck you. It's up to you if you still want to talk to me or not. And that's it. I'm just like, I'm just consistent.
Yeah, I get
consistent.
that.
And if you're not, that's on you. Like, I don't care.
I get that, Rob.
Like, beef is
that's
bad.
totally fine.
Beef is bad for business, man.
Yeah, I totally get that. Are we not men? It's no problem. I'm not mad about it. Who cares? Leave it to a woman to bring up drama. That's fine. I don't give a shit.
I'm just like, oh, did you really have to ruin it for all the other ones? Like, come on, Sarah. You still there?
Yeah, I'm reading Angry Casper. How did I end up here? Grid and Are We Not Men being mates? F Clown Circus Show. I'll see myself out. Again, Angry Casper, I told, maybe you didn't hear, beginning of the year, bygones are bygones, my man. You know, like I'm not doing the hate train. I'm just not. And you know, it's a poor choice to make me try and do that.
At least, like, if you're gonna make like the hate train,
but then I never did, right,
living.
Josie? I mean, come on, Josie. You know, I never did that to start with.
The hate train?
I don't do the hate train. You remember when Flow State tried for like 6 months to get me to do drama stuff? That, like,
I mean, I think that you talk about it because, like, you know, the viewers are requesting it, and it's like, you know, if there's a bit of demand.
I'm not rendering my own opinion. I'm not being hyperbolic or any of that kind of shit. So
yeah, no, it's it's pretty, like, I don't know. I guess it's like you do get pissed about some stuff. So I wouldn't say that you're like not like no drama.
Well, I get
like
pissed.
You do get mad about some
but
stuff.
I don't interact in the drama if I can avoid it.
We all kind of have to, though.
Sorry?
We all kind of have to, though. The thing that it's like, if you go on panels, like, people are gonna drag you into it regardless.
I can ignore people with the best of them. Flow State's modus operandi is beef. Absolutely, yeah. That's what we're talking about. It's not just beef though; it's just drama, right? Like he needs you to respond, which is totally fine. That's he makes no bones about doing that. Of course, he'll say that everybody on the internet is drama. So
yeah, that's my new thing. That, like, good friend of mine actually convinced me to that I abide by that for going from now on, is that, like, don't take, like, it's good to be loyal, but it's like, if it's not your beef, stay out of it. And it's like, I'm like, you know
100%.
what, because I'm like bulldog, like pit bull. Like, if you come after my people, you can come after me, but you come after my people, like, I'm fucking coming for you.
Get into a lot of other aspects of it too. Like, I personally don't I can understand avoiding somebody because I know that I'm not going to interact with them positively, but I would consider it very
Or
unchristian
they
of
just
me.
annoy you.
It would be very unchristian of me if somebody was reaching out to try and mend fences to not try and mend fences with them, or
Oh, yeah.
also try and mend fences. I that's just a personal thing. I really don't give a shit what other people think about it. Because I almost never, I would never almost, fuck, I'm so tired. I would virtually never say that out loud unless I was not this tired. Yeah, Marte, you're right. I don't disagree with you. So no
Yeah,
hate
so it's
comments.
like that was just awkward. That was like Gary was on the space, and then Andrew was on a space, and I was on the speaker panel, and I was just like,
One of the shorts is my screens. What short? I'm not sure who the Chatter King is.
"Don't let it distract you, man. If you want to let it distract you, they gotta pay, bro.
I don't.
You read the ones they pay for. You do not read the ones that they don't pay for."
Yeah, I know. You tell me that all the time. You tell me that all the time.
Okay, I've got 2 viewers, so what the fuck do I know?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
haven't.
that was like,
I've never really been. I've never really changed.
yeah, that's for sure. You're pretty much the same. Consistency, so
Yeah.
you have not changed. That's true. No, that was just super awkward because it's like Gary's my guy, right? And like Andrew's my guy too. But then they were beefing on the panel, and I was a speaker on the panel, and I was like, "Uh-oh, I'm just gonna stay on mute and pretend like I was away from the phone so I couldn't say anything." And it worked. Just I had the wisdom to not get involved. And it worked out. Proud of myself.
$2 paid for. I like it. I like it. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Good to see you, Kissy Cat. How are you? I never get to see Kissy Cat anymore. She doesn't come to my channel as much as she used to. I don't know why.
Listen, now we know, man. You don't like Gary. That's cool. That's on you. A lot of people don't, and that's fine. Yeah, so fuck you. That's it. If I had to pick a side, I don't pick sides. That's fucking gay.
Well, I'm going to be honest. If I'm forced to pick a side, it's always going to be Andrew. 100%.
Which
Because
one pays
Andrew's
me
helped-
more?
Huh?
Which one pays me more? That's it.
Yeah, I don't care about getting paid. Andrew's helped me when he did not have to help me.
Cool.
And there's something meaningful, like there are a lot of people who will help you because you have money. There'll be a lot of people because they will help you because they think it's going to come back to them somewhere down the line.
You don't think that was the case a little bit though?
With what?
I don't know. Maybe like he was just like being nice, but it's like everybody kind of does things in a way that.
No, I've been around Andrew enough now that I think that he does things just to do them.
It's like it just happens that a cool guy happens to be successful. Like kind of like it goes hand in hand, Sometimes it's just the way it is. But I don't think it was utilitarian to begin with. I think he liked you.
Yeah, right. Okay, so like, do you know who Michelle is?
Mhm.
Okay, from they used to work with Sarah, now works with Glenn occasionally. Andrew's paying her mortgage for a couple of months while she gets things sorted out after her husband died.
Oh.
He didn't have to do that. And to be
That's
honest,
crazy.
Huh?
That's crazy. That's nice of him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, he's a very generous guy. He's a very generous guy.
It's
Like,
not just
no
generous.
doubt. I mean,
Generous is like generous is one thing, but somebody that absolutely, you know, if you think about it, why would he help her? Like there's nothing there. And so when I talked to Andrew, I don't know if you remember this, but when I first started this, I didn't really know, what camera to get. I didn't know what lights and all of that. And Andrew literally was like, I'm going to tell my guys to come talk to you. And I can be honest, I fully expected to pay, right, for their time.
Bro, I just want to say I'm the one who linked the two of you up, and I'm the
That's
one
true,
who said, like,
to some degree,
give him
yeah.
a chance, give him a chance. I promise you, he's like super chill. You guys are gonna like get along. You just need to like give it a little time, and you kind of did. I invited him on your
Well, I
panel.
didn't
You
like
guys
it.
actually had a talk.
I did not like Andrew when he first came on whatever, because I thought he was like pulling down the show. But then
I dragged him on your show.
Yeah. He was one of the first people that I talked to on about starting, after you and I started talking about doing the show, and I talked to Andrew about doing the show. And he's like, yeah, dude, go for it. May work. It may not. You won't know until you try it. And then when I started asking about cameras and lights and production and all of that, Andrew's like, yeah, I'm going to have, so he had Mr. E come talk to me. He had Chickenfoot come talk to me about lighting and about camera angles and about microphones and all this other thing. And he didn't have to do that. And those guys get paid to do that. And I'm sure Andrew paid both of those guys for the time they spent with me. And he's never asked anything for it. And you know how rare that is? That's like super rare. Like most people are, and Josie, we both know this. You operate on the cream principle. Cash rules everything around me, right? And
I mean, not really.
Yeah.
Like I helped you out because you're cool.
You did.
Like I enjoy I enjoy your presence.
Yeah,
like, that's it.
You did. And that's one of the reasons why I've never been able to really stay mad at you. That, and I don't think you've ever done anything purposefully to piss me off.
Oh no, I would tell you straight to your face if I did.
Yeah. Marte, yeah, Josie's awesome in a lot of ways, absolutely.
Thank you, Marte. I appreciate you.
And
yeah, Marte's cool.
But Andrew has absolutely earned all of the respect possible, right?
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Like he's helped you out a lot, and it's like even when like he didn't know you like that. I would say, hey, like, can you come? You remember that
Well,
donut
what he
grid?
knew
Yeah, he
about
wants
me,
to start a stream. Can you come hop on maybe? Like, would you mind? And it's like, sure. I'm like, oh, nice. Okay.
Well, Josie, but what Andrew did know about me was I sent big super chats on whatever. And that's why
that probably helped.
I kind of point to the fact that he never asked for a dime, because I think most people in that situation, knowing that I was sending big super chats on whatever and all of that, would be like, oh, hey man, yeah, I'll send my guys over, just pay me a couple $100. And whatever.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And Andrew never as a matter of fact, I had the last time not the last time, but when we were in Illinois technically Indiana for the before last modern day debate event where it was Andrew versus a bunch of liberal dudes. When we were there, we all went to dinner, and I literally had to snake Andrew on the bill. Like he was going to buy my dinner again. And I just couldn't let that happen. I paid.
I have a great line actually to prevent that from happening is you run to the waiter and you say as loud as possible in front of everyone, sir, take this one. His is gonna decline.
No, I didn't. But I did actually when the waiter was taking my drink order, my soda because I don't actually drink. But when he was taking the drink orders, and I was like, hey, just give me a Coke. And by the way, everything's on me. Here's my credit card. And I literally I preempted it before we even started eating dinner. And so, so Andrew has a lot of, Andrew has more than a lot of grace in my eyes for me, right? Like I would give him, he could really mess up and I wouldn't be that upset about it. But he never has. He's always been exactly what I kind of thought he was going to do, or he's gone even further. Right. Like, paying.
Predictable.
I think that he's helped other people out online, not ask for anything in return. Matter of fact, refuses any kind of repayment. I think that's admirable. I think that there's a lot of people in this world that can learn from that. And, with Rob didn't know me from anybody. And I reached out to him about, I did a super chat. I actually sent a really
I'm
big
the one
super
who
chat.
reached out to Rob to collab with you too, remember?
Yeah, I reached out to Rob. I was on Rob's stream one night and I saw that he needed some money for a laptop, right? And he wasn't getting anywhere. He wasn't really getting at me super chats or anything like that. And it was a long time ago. So I sent him enough money to cover the laptop. And I was like, yeah, Andrew says you're the best debater, period. And here's this.
Yeah, I knew I told him how to get his daughter like the best sewing machine, and I offered to pay for it too, because it's like the best way to get a nice sewing machine is you go to Goodwill and you find one that's like older than you, ideally, right? And he found one from like the 1960s, or I think it was like $40 at Goodwill. He didn't know you could actually do that. So I'm like, those are like a really, really good sewing machine. The Singers from the 1960s. Yeah.
Well, at any rate, so a couple of months later, and this is before Rob was about a month away before he ended up working for Andrew. So he was still doing the hospital. He wasn't working for Andrew or anything like that. And
yeah, he wasn't working for Andrew back then.
Yeah. So, well, no, this was just basically this time last year. And I had a debate with coming up with Econoboy, and I wanted to game it out. And so I called Rob up, and for like 2 hours on the phone, he and I went over this debate strategy and rhetoric and everything. And we kind of went back and forth, and, and it was, he didn't have to do that. He took a lot of time out of his day to do that. Of course, he enjoys doing it, and I enjoy doing it. And I thought that was cool, but I've met Rob, and it means a lot when you meet these people, right? So I've met Rob, I've met Brian, I've met Andrew, I've met Sarah the Tomato. I haven't met Flow State, but I've met Glenn. When I actually meet these people and shake their hands and talk to them, that changes a lot, right?
Yeah.
So Andrew gets maximum grace for me at all times. And again, and I told Dusty this. We got $5 comes in from Kyler Emil super chat. Awesome. I appreciate that. $5. I like $5. But show's over. Yeah, it ought to be. Andrew's a dude. And I told Flow State that. I said, if you make me choose between you and Andrew, Andrew's going to win every time. 100%.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, in your shoes, yeah, that's.
I like Flo. I talked to him on the phone. There was, we became friends. After he, we became friends after he kind of harassed me for months, trying to get me to go back and forth with him and create drama. And but we became friends after that, and I still consider him a friend. I think he needs to lay off of the Andrew stuff and move on to the next target. But Andrew is a much bigger content creator, and I certainly understand why Flow State's doing what he's doing. It's, you know, it's just the way the internet works. I just, you know, feel like at some point he needs to move on to the next gig, right? It's been 2 months or almost 3, because it was in November when all this shit happened. Anyway, guys, it is time for me to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, go to bed. You're tired.
I'm going to bed. I'm very, very tired.
Hey.
And
Ciao.
I will see you guys Monday afternoon for the day shift, and we will talk about whatever is happening then. So if I wasn't able to really concentrate on chat tonight, I apologize. I'm usually a little bit more interactive, but tonight has been kind of odd. Go to Rob. I don't know if Rob has these for sale yet, but Rob's got some great, terrific, wonderful Normal America sweatshirts. Get one, and you know, and go to the Crucible and buy their hat. Their hat is awesome. I wear it all the time. It's at my desk right now. But in the meantime, as always, be cool. Wear the glasses if you need them, and get off my lawn. Night, guys.